Hello, I'm Pecorine, or just Pecorine, and I'm here to lovingly hold your hand and guide you through the struggle that is Castle Crasher's Insane Mode. Struggling to beat a certain boss or level? Don't worry, I got you, and I'm here for you. I'm certainly not a pro and will definitely struggle along the way, but I assure you, it can be beat. So don't give up just yet. I believe in you, and I can help. I'm making this because I think it could be helpful. I'm certainly not as good as the other players who have already made guides on Insane Mode, but I think my lower skill is actually what makes me a really good candidate for this guide. I have beat Insane solo twice already, well, I guess 3 times now, so I hope to pass on what I've learned in order to help you beat Insane Mode, and do it consistently on top of that. This will be my definitive all-in-one guide for Castle Crashers, from level 1 all the way through Insane Mode. I'm going to focus mainly on Insane Mode and everything you'll need to know. I'll show you the strategies I personally use in order to beat it, as well as general information to better prepare you for Insane Mode. Not only will I tell you what I'm doing, but I'll also be teaching you how to do it while I'm going through the game whenever it becomes applicable, so you can better follow along and understand what I'm actually doing. My button inputs will also be on screen, so at any point you can look at that to see what I'm actually pressing and how I'm doing it. Before I really get into it, I'd like to say that I'm taking heavy inspiration from Dynasty 1's Insane Mode guide, so this video would not at all be possible without it. I'll try to focus more on my own personal tips and strategies I use to beat it, but his guide is what helped me beat Insane Mode for the first time, so some of the information will repeat. I linked his video in the description so you can watch it for additional help if you need more of an explanation. He's a much more experienced and better player than me, so I assure you it will be worth your time to watch it as well. I'd also like to give thanks to Worst and Cement Chewer as well. They taught me about other various mechanics in the game, and their tutorials really helped me out as well when I first started Insane Mode. So I will also be linking their videos as well as any other resources I learned from in the description, so if you want additional information or to learn it the same way I did, they'll be there for you. First and foremost, I'd say play whatever character you want. Whoever you enjoy playing most, just play as him. Who cares if Green Knight has alternate juggles? If you like him, then play him. Plus, you'll get the added brag of beating Insane Mode with the quote, worst character. With that being said, if you don't care what character you play and just want to beat Insane Mode as easily as possible, then I do have some recommendations. You've probably heard this already at this point, but the best characters in the game are the Fencer and Industrialist. They have the best magic in the game, and it allows you to counter some of the most annoying problems that arise in Insane Mode. Some alternate recommendations would be the Blue and Red Knights, as the Red Knight's magic can also trivialize some of the harder parts of Insane Mode, and the Blue Knight's magic isn't as traditionally strong as the other 3 characters I mentioned. However, it's very useful for fighting the smaller enemies in the game to get off a free juggle or just reposition without worrying, which is a surprisingly useful thing, especially for the Necromancer fight. I once again reiterate that just because some characters are stronger doesn't make the rest of them any less viable, so play who you want and enjoy what little you can in Insane Mode. I also want to add as a side note for characters like the Bear and Saracen, that there are some other stuff that I don't cover in this video that could also be used, like Tornado Tech. But I wanted to make something that's more generally applicable to every character in the game. Also, I don't exactly know how it works, but that part's not important, okay? There's not really a lot I'm going to cover about Sane Mode or Normal Mode. Actually, I think I'm the only person who calls it Sane Mode. It shouldn't be too bad for you to beat, so just have fun with it. The main thing I want to talk about is character leveling and talent priorities. The reason why is because you'll want to level up and get your stats maxed out as soon as you can to get as strong as you can as early as possible. It's not exactly required to do that, but my personal method doesn't make maxing your stats feel like such a chore. First, in general, I'd recommend just putting all of your skill points into one stat at a time. Not really much more to say about it. It's much better early game to be a master of something than relatively weak in everything else, at least in my opinion. Before I tell you the best way to allocate your skill points, I'll tell you what the best stats in the game are. I'd probably rank them strength, defense, magic, and then agility. I'm sure some of you might be surprised that I put defense over magic, and that's just because defense is probably one of the most important stats you'll need for Insane Mode. Trust me, the defense will be much more important to you in Insane mode than magic most likely will. At least until you have everything maxed out. Guess it depends on how much you get hit. Anyway, you will max your first stat out at level 13, your second at level 30, your third at level 55, and then your fourth and final at 78. Now for how you actually allocate them. I'm going to give a somewhat different recommendation for beginner players and another for more experienced players, assuming you're starting with a level 1 character. What I mean by experienced is players who can juggle. If you don't know how to juggle, that's fine, you don't need to worry about it for now. It's just that my main recommendation might make things more difficult for you. Although I guess it could be better prepped for Insane mode, but that's up to you. Anyway, I'd say no matter what stat you decide to allocate your skill points towards at the beginning of the game, defense has to be one of the two you max out before Insane mode. Hopefully you'll be around level 30 by the time you make it to Insane mode, so you have at least 2 stats maxed out. If you're starting out and don't know how to juggle super well yet, I'd recommend prioritizing strength or defense first. I'd say do defense first, and I'll explain why in a bit. After you get defense and strength done, go for magic, and then finally agility. The reason I think you should prioritize strength over magic is because when you go to Insane mode and need to juggle, you'll have to do it for less time overall because of the higher damage, and it can ease you into it much better. You can also swap magic and strength, it really depends on what you want to play. For more confident players, I'd recommend what I personally do. Defense, magic, agility, and then strength last. You'd go melee only for the entire playthrough, using magic on all the bosses with the exception of Troll Mother. That's because... I know I mentioned that strength is the best stat in the game, so why level it up last, you may be asking. The reason is that XP earned doesn't change based off of the damage that you do, so the longer it takes for you to kill an enemy, the more XP you get. Or, to say it another way, you get 1 XP every time you hit an enemy, regardless of the damage or method. A melee attack, arrow, or magic attack will all give you the same XP per hit. So, you want your enemies to suffer and die in the slowest way possible. 'Cause you'll level up faster. Since you'll probably be juggling for the majority of the game, if you save strength for last, you'll level up a lot more. I should also add that the giraffe gives you a grand total of 1.1 XP per hit instead of the standard 1. I recommend you use giraffe the entire time on Sane mode. I personally use it until level 78 so I can get all my stats maxed as soon as possible, but it's really up to you. That's why I mentioned it'd be harder for players who aren't comfortable with juggling, cause the enemies will start to take a bit more time to kill going melee only. Of course, do whatever you want, but I highly recommend maxing out defense before Insane mode. It's not necessary, but you will certainly feel its absence if you don't have it. This section won't be too long either, but I thought I should mention it real quick. When starting out and leveling up, I recommend any weapon that doesn't have an effect and doesn't boost strength, for the reasons I just got into. Usually I go with Broccoli Sword until level 20, where I switch to the Necromancer Sword. Then I switch to either the Club or Mancatcher at level 55. I think the Club is generally considered better, but I prefer the Mancatcher personally. I honestly just choose whatever one of them is most fitting for the character I'm currently playing though. I pretty much touched up on it earlier in the XP section, but to reiterate, I personally run Giraffe until level 78, then switch to Snoot the Elephant. I swap out Snoot in 2 specific parts of Insane mode, but that's usually what I run. I run Snoot because of the +4 strength, but Hawkster and the Pig are also good choices as well. Like I said, you can run whoever you want, but those are my recommendations. Before you can get to juggling, you first need to know about enemy weights. If you don't know, in Castle Crashers, the enemies you fight have different weight values. There are technically 6 weights in the game, but a couple of them are specific to 1 or 2 enemies, so let's just say there are 4 main weights. The main 4 weights are lightweight, mediumweight, heavyweight, and lightweight beefy. For those who are curious, the other 2 are what I call literal anvils and heavyweight beefies. Literal anvils are heavier than heavyweights and can't be juggled. The only enemies that are anvil weight are the Stoveface, which appear on full moon, and the elite conehead at the end of Cyclops Fortress. Heavyweight beefies are the beefy equivalent of literal anvils and also cannot be juggled. There are 3 enemies in the game that are heavyweight beefies, the 3 beefy stove faces that you only see in full moon, everyone's favorite, the Brute, which appears in Industrial Castle and the Necromancer fight, as well as the 2 beefy royal guards you encounter at the Sandcastle interior. Each weight value has a different juggle you can perform on it, with the juggle itself getting harder to perform based on the weight. Lightweights are the easiest to juggle, and lightweight beefies are the hardest to juggle. Weirdly enough, light, heavy, and lightweight beefies can all be juggled indefinitely, but medium weights can't. Real quick, I'll show you what all the enemies' weight values are, but you'll be able to tell and remember it all pretty easily. I'd like to note that coneheads can be both light and heavyweight. They'll be lightweight from Flowery Fields to Parade. Once you get to Cyclops Cave, they'll be both light and heavyweight, with them being lightweight for the second wave and heavyweight for the first and third waves. Once you get to Cyclops Fortress, all coneheads in the game after will be heavyweight, except for the one dude reading a newspaper for some reason. He's lightweight. There's not really as much to say about the other weight values, apart from heavyweight beefies, I guess, but I'll get to that in a second. For now, let me quickly talk you through the rest. As I mentioned, medium weights can't be juggled indefinitely like the other main weights in the game, but that's because of how their weight works. They'll actually start off as lightweight and get heavier over time. I'll talk more about it when I get to the medium weight juggle. Nothing too important to mention about heavyweights. There aren't too many of them in the game, so it'll be easy to remember them. It's pretty much the same for lightweight beefies as well. The only real comment I can make about them is that they're much more scattered throughout the game compared to heavyweights, which really only appear in the levels that exclusively use them, such as Cyclops Fortress or Desert. Literal anvils function the same as medium weights, except they start off as heavyweights and get to anvil status the longer they're in the air. The weight gain means it's impossible to perpetual juggle, but since anything past heavyweight can't be juggled, the drill combo actually ends up being more effective to use against them. Okay, now it's time for heavyweight beefies, which I mentioned that I actually do have something to say and specify on. I know I just said that beefy stovefaces were heavyweight beefies, but that wasn't actually true. If I wanted to get hyper specific, then there'd actually be 7 weights in the game, and beefy stovefaces would actually be classified as anvil beefies. Since this guide is intended for solo and new players, I just put them under the heavyweight beefy category 2, since you can't juggle those either in solo. However, I'm specifying because you technically can juggle literal anvils and heavyweight beefies in co-op, but you cannot juggle beefy stovefaces at all. At least to my knowledge. If you're curious about the co-op juggles you can do, then you should watch Worst's juggling guide. Also, I want to mention that the Necromancer himself has some wacky stuff with weight going on. If you manage to catch him before he falls for the first time, then you can do the lightweight juggle on him. If you don't initially get him, but manage to get him off the ground after he's landed and start a juggle, then you'll actually want to use the lightweight beefy juggle on him. I don't really know why, he's just built different, I guess. The light juggle is the most important juggle in the game. It's best that you know it and start practicing it now so you're not completely caught off guard and stuck when you get to Troll Mother. Luckily, the light juggle is also the easiest juggle to perform in the game. It'll take some time to get used to, especially over long periods of time, but eventually it'll become second nature to you and you can let muscle memory do all of the work. The light juggle can be performed by doing the combo light light heavy heavy in the air while jumping at an enemy, and can be done indefinitely. You can see now on screen what that looks like. You want to be moving forward while doing your lights, and then pause while doing your heavies. Once the enemies bounce back up to your level, then you want to start doing your lights again. Think of it as taking a small pause in between each combo, although it doesn't really feel like it. You'll get used to the timing of it all in practice, so don't worry about it too much. There are 2 main ways you can practice the light juggle. To practice getting the general timing and rhythm of the juggle, you can practice against the vault in the Animal Arc, or the wall of the Industrial Castle. You can practice any combo there, but just in case people are skipping around, I'll probably mention in every tutorial, so bear with me when the time comes. If you want a more hands-on approach against actual enemies, then I'd recommend Troll Mother, preferably on Insane. Do the Thieves Forest one, as it has more health than the Marsh one. Don't focus on actually trying to kill the Troll Mother, just focus on juggling. You can also just stick to the edges of the screen to start off with if you don't want to worry about the movement timing. Real quick, I should also probably mention that momentum is important when juggling. You don't need to be sprinting when you jump in the air in order to move at max speed, you just have to be moving while you jump. If you just jump without moving, you'll do a slow juggle, which is possible but harder. Instead of pausing while doing heavies, just keep moving forward the whole time. I usually just stop and start again with a fast juggle, but it's still useful to know for certain situations. And that's everything you need to know. It may seem hard at first, but I believe in you, and I know you can do it. Become the juggling expert you were born to be. The fly combo is a very useful combo to know in Castle Crashers. It's not exactly important to know before Insane mode, but I think it'll be useful to know and practice before it might actually be put to use. And knowing how to consistently use it can be a real lifesaver. Also, it'll be a good way to get used to the first half of the medium juggle. You'll want to jump in the air and then go light, heavy, heavy. You can do it indefinitely and can see it now on screen. It is possible, but I find it's a bit hard to pull off directly from the ground, so I recommend using a magic jump or an enemy to get yourself in the air. Make sure you don't get up too high though, because if you fly to the top of the screen, it'll force you to attack downwards instead. You can practice the fly combo anywhere, but to get the general feel of the combo down, you can practice it on the vault in the Animal Ark or the wall at the Industrial Castle. You can practice using slow fall to make your life easier, and I'll explain more in depth about it after this. I also want to mention that if you hold down the heavy button, it makes the inputs tighter and makes it much easier to pull off the combo. Whenever you're in a pinch, try out the fly combo. It might just save your life. It might seem daunting or hard at first, but I know you can do it, so hang in there. I believe in you. This will be a quick one I wanted to mention as well. Consider it DLC for the fly combo, or an alternate method. Before I show you how to do it, let me explain the reason why you can slow fall, as I know some people like to understand why things work the way they do. Side by side, I'll show you a normal jump next to a double jump. Notice how when you double jump, you start to fall slower. That actually applies for the entire duration you fall after double jumping, and that is how you can slow fall. In order to perform a slow fall, you want to use your magic jump and then press the jump button again to do the spinning animation of the double jump. You'll immediately be able to tell if you've done it right by the rate you're falling. Just like the normal fly combo, magic jump isn't required, but it's just much harder. Just like that, you're now able to slow fall as well. I won't be utilizing this too much, but it's useful to know, so I threw it in here. So this is the live commentary of it. I won't be skipping over anything. I'm currently using the Necromancer sword and the giraffe animal orb, as I've mentioned. And I will continue to use the giraffe until 78, just because I want to have all my skills up. And I'm immediately stuck. Okay. Great start to Insane mode. I think I have all my potions already. I won't be needing them until Thieves Forest, or probably a little bit later. I think the first time I usually use potions in Insane mode is the bear area because of the Beefies. But whatever, that's not important. This is the start of Insane mode, so it shouldn't be anything too difficult for you. You don't even need to know how to juggle for it. It will help, but it's not necessary. This at this point is more like me streaming the game and giving commentary while I go, so I guess I'll just do that. Although it's more one-sided than streaming, because in streaming I have a chat to talk to, while this is a YouTube video, if you knew that apparently. But yeah, fun fact about this, the barbarians here have more health than the enemies on full moon in normal mode, so that's some trivia for you.
Basically, in Insane Mode, there's this thing called the General Rule of Tens, where just expect that anything is 10 times harder. In terms of defense or damage they can take, I don't think they do 10 times more damage, or else you'd probably die instantly for later on in the game, but who knows. But yeah, juggling isn't needed.
Editing me here. If you don't know how to light juggle at this point, that's fine. Just practice it. That's all you can really do. Another easier method is to just jump at the enemy to start the juggle and then just keep hitting them with light attacks. And that is all you need to do.
But I want that XP, so I'm gonna be juggling. Also, Barbarian's magic isn't great. It's not bad or anything, but it's not the best. I think they're probably dead at this point. I'm never sure, I just keep doing it. There we go. Yeah, I'm unsure how long this will end up taking. I've beat Insane Mode twice before, I probably mentioned that, but maybe I didn't. I beat it with, I guess 3 times technically, but I don't really count the first time. I beat Insane solo twice. That's a better way to say it. I was on sale for the Steam Summer Sale, so I picked it up after having a couple hundred hours on it on Xbox. And then I decided to play Purple Knight, and then the greatest character in all of fiction, Open-Faced Grey Knight, for my second playthrough. I'm streaming a third playthrough with the Necromancer, and I am now recording this one, so this is technically my 4th, although I might finish this one before the Necromancer one, so I'll see. Just because I beat Solo Insane twice does not mean that it got easier in some parts. Some parts did. Honestly, I'm gonna be real with you, after you know how to do Insane Necromancer, the hardest level in the game is probably gonna be Desert. Desert will probably be the most trouble you'll have to face in this entire run. But yeah, right now, just be happy, enjoy yourself. Start practicing juggling, getting used to it. You don't need to be flawless, just start getting used to it. You can look at my controls, copy my movements, see what I'm doing if my explanation wasn't good enough. There's also other guides. Honestly, a lot of stuff is going to be repeat information from Dynasty 1's Insane Mode playthrough, probably, because when I first played, I used that as my guide. But I had to look at several other resources for certain parts of the game, so I thought I might as well compile all my knowledge into other ones. Certain mechanics are pretty well documented, while others are harder to find definitive explanations for. So I thought that I would go and combine all of it into one guide for Insane Mode. And that is where I'm at. Don't know if being silent, I don't know if people would like if I'm silent during this and just watching me play, or if they enjoy hearing me talk while I play through this. There will be more genuine commentary once I get to the harder levels, or the part that you'll probably get stuck on, but I don't think anybody's getting stuck on Barbarian Battle, so kinda hard to say. I guess I can describe my history with the game. I've played it a lot originally on the Xbox 360, and then on the Xbox One, and then there was Remastered, where I transferred my progress over and played that for around 120, 130 hours, I think, on Remastered. And then, as I mentioned, the Steam Summer Sale happened, and I put around 70 hours into it before recording this. So that's about where I'm at with this game. I've always really liked Castle Crashers and the Behemoth games in general. I haven't played Invasion, but I've played everything else. I played Alien Hominid HD and gave up on the final boss and have yet to go back. But I will at some point. I really like that game. It was just bad at the time. Battle Block my voice. Battle Block Theater I beat on Insane Mode once. I have not beat it multiplayer Insane because I don't have friends. Sorry, as I'm Recording this, I got sick and have a lingering cough. I got sick like a week ago and it's still just here. And I don't appreciate it at all. Dang, that Grey Knight just took a bullet for me. I'll remember that, sir. Watch me break this guy's spine forever. For that, I guess. Yeah, his spine is dust by the time I'm done with him. Oh my god. I also played through Pit People. Haven't beat that on Insane mode. I actually kind of struggled to beat it on normal mode. But we don't have to talk about that. This is Castle Crashers, not Pit People. So yeah. There we go. But yeah, Barbarian Battle, Light Juggle, not anything hard. Couple bosses, well just one and then the Barbarian Boss, but that shouldn't be difficult. Nothing too hard, just a bunch of light enemies, so good practice. Eventually you'll get to points where it's a lot of other enemies, but yeah. For now, it's just light, and it's just a warm-up for the real event that'll happen later. As you probably know, I don't think there's going to be many people who watch this part of it. Maybe some people would watch it. I don't really know. If you want to see my thought process or me playing through certain parts of the game, maybe people will just watch this whole playthrough. I'm not really sure. I'll try to be as entertaining as I can during the whole thing and during parts that I don't really have stuff to talk about. But as you probably could already tell after the first like 5 minutes of recording, that usually when I don't know what to talk about, I just talk about not knowing what to talk about. I'm a streamer, so that makes sense, I guess. You always want to be talking, always want to be engaging with chat in case anybody appears, so you never just want to stay silent, and I think the video will probably feel like it has more substance to it if I'm constantly talking and sharing these seeds of knowledge, or whatever. When I was a kid, my favorite character in the game was Industrialist, and then it switched to Peasant, and then it went back to Industrialist, and then it went to Fencer. Nowadays, I don't really have a favorite. I would say Fencer is still just because of the childhood memories. But I really started to like Blue Knight as well. Honestly, I like the entire Blue Knight line a lot. I haven't played it on this account. I'm saving it for a stream or a collab or something. But yeah, I really like Blue Knight and that entire line. Comment down your favorite character below. My cousin's favorite was always Red Knight. Anybody else? What is my friend? I know my friend also really likes Red Knight, actually. My more recent friend, well, I don't know what more recent is. We've been friends for years. But I guess I should say my neighborhood friend likes Red Knight a lot, as well as my cousin. And my recent, no, I said recent friend again, god dang it. My other friend, basically I got him the game and he's played it a bit. So far, I'm hoping to play it more with him soon. But his favorite character is Green Knight, which is awesome. Dan Paladin, one of the co-founders, said when developing the game that his favorite was Green Knight. Nowadays, it's harder for him to say, but I watched a whole interview with him before recording this, if you can't tell, so I might give some random Dan Paladin Castle Crasher facts or lore or whatever throughout this. But yeah, his favorite when developing was Green Knight. Speaking of Green Knight, actually, there's a chance that they might make a another update to the game where they fix the alternate juggling animation. I think if more characters were unique, that would be better, but since Green Knight just has a detriment to juggling, I'm all for them changing it back. This is actually something I was curious about as well. Do we really want a Castle Crashers 2? Or do we want more content to Castle Crashers 1? I'm looking at this because the behemoth with sequels, and also said in an interview by Dan Paladin and Wreckerless, another Castle Crashers YouTuber, was that usually if they make a sequel to something, they want to do something vastly different. So if we got Castle Crashers 2, it wouldn't be the same beat 'em up. It could be the same characters and humor and all that stuff, but it wouldn't be juggling like this, I assume. And I'm all for that. Let me get that straight. I very much would be happy with Castle Crashers 2. But what I really do want is more of like Castle Crashers 1.5. Like, I wouldn't mind if they went back and just updated the game a bunch, honestly. I can do this too. It doesn't really matter what I do. They die anyway, but yeah, this will probably get me more XP, so I'll go with this. But usually with bosses, I just magic them. But yeah, you can juggle it, you won't get hit by the bombs. Eventually it'll charge at you, but at this point it shouldn't do any damage. Also because I think it literally does like 2 damage, so... If you can try to catch the barbarians that come out in a juggle. Then I think it'll do that animation where it takes them out and you have a little bit more time to hit it before the cannon starts shooting, so that's something. But yeah, like, they were saying, well, he was saying at least, that one of the things or ideas that, he had was the princesses having really low physical damage, but, really good magic, and I think that'd be really interesting, and I would be happy to receive more characters in this game, and small content fixes. An insane mode rework would be awesome. That was one thing they kind of talked about. Apparently in the last, like, 2 months of, development, they made insane mode. So it's not exactly the most balanced thing, as you probably are aware, if you're looking at a guide for it. But, yeah, I would be happy with a insane mode rework for some things, like, basically just the scarabs. God, how I wish they just took scarabs out of the game or reworked them. Or, like, insane necromancer, like, you need to use, tech specifically in order to do it. I mean, you don't have to. But I think the majority of players are not going to be good enough at the game, and me included with this, to beat Necromancer no tech. Not all of us are Dynasty 1, okay? Like, I can beat Insane Mode, but, like, I'm not that good. You just have to have such a deep understanding of the mechanics in order to do it. It's hard. But yeah, I really wouldn't mind a Green Knight rework or any of that stuff. More characters to be added. Troll added, princesses added, just new characters. I'd love a Yellow Knight to be added because I need to complete the rainbow. More game modes, just a bunch of stuff, weapons, all of that. I would just love more of it if that's possible. But that's my own opinion as somebody who really likes this game, obviously. But I'm curious to see what other people would say they'd prefer the Behemoth to spend their time doing. Would they want more content for Castle Crashers 1? Would they want some reworks, insane mode rework, stuff like that? Or would they just prefer effort to be put towards Castle Crashers 2 or a new game? Because I'd be very curious to see. I think I'm more in the, I'm very split on it because at the same time, I would like minor tweaks to it, like the Green Knight one, because when I get to Green Knight, then I wouldn't have to worry about learning new juggles. But out of convenience, I would like that one. But overall, I wouldn't mind, I don't know, I do want more content in this game if possible. But also, I wouldn't be upset if they went their effort instead into Castle Crashers 2 and made a whole new game with a different story and stuff. The Necromancer might return, that could leave some interesting story stuff. I'm just excited to see the Necromancer return at any capacity, because he is not dead. That's a fun lore bit for you that I just learned today. The Necromancer doesn't die at the end of the game, which means in future endeavors we might have to fight him again. So all you people who are coming for the Insane Necromancer review, have fun with that knowledge. Insane Necromancer 2, anybody? I'm sure that's what we were all asking for. Honestly, I'd take that any day over Desert 2. But yeah, this is pretty simple, honestly. It's not too bad. I mean, it's barbarians. Of course, for you, it'll probably be more fast than what I'm doing. I guess that depends on what you're doing, though. If you're following my guide to a T from beginning to end, then you should be around level 40 and doing around the same damage that I'm doing. So, insane mode at the beginning will be very rough, and I apologize. Rough not in terms of difficulty. I mean, as you can see, the enemies are very easy. But it's more rough in terms of you have to juggle a lot more and do a lot more damage until you beat Catfish, pretty much. Once you're past Catfish, it'll be pretty smooth sailing, mostly, for the rest of the game. In terms of damage, you'll be much faster and everything. But until Catfish, you'll be stuck doing much smaller damage. The Troll Mother will take forever to beat, but you will get a lot of XP out of it, and that's why I find it's worth it. It's also really good if you are doing a first playthrough and are looking for a juggle practice for light juggle. If you're really struggling with it, just max out your defense on a character. Don't put anything into attack, don't use weapons that increase attack. Just, I would also say use the giraffe one, but that's up to you. It's like 0.1 per hit, which every 10 hits is 1 additional XP, so it's up to you if you think that's worth it. I personally do, just because I want to level up as fast as possible, but whatever. But yeah, if you're really struggling, I would just say max out defense, because if you have strength and magic done, then you're going to be dying and using potions a lot, and the fights will just be a lot slower, and then you'll have to keep going over and over until you have your defense done. I know from personal experience, because on my Xbox, with all of my save progress, for pretty much most characters, I just went straight to strength and magic, before learning that actually defense is really good for insane mode. So that's the cornerstone of what I base stuff off of. Okay, Barbarian Boss. There's one interesting thing about him in insane mode, and that is just that there's a minor change to him. Not really a lot, but the more you damage him, the lower his health is, the faster he actually is. So you'll notice that in comparison, I'll probably put the footage near the end of the fight, side to side, but when the Barbarian Boss gets lower on health, he'll move a lot faster, his attacks will be more frequent, his walking speed will be increased a lot more. As you can kind of see by how fast he's tracking me. He doesn't do that in normal mode, so... Yeah, Barbarian's magic really isn't consistent for this. I think I'm better off just using melee, honestly. It's kind of like the Grey Knight magic, or just general arrow magic, where it's not super great, but it can get multiple hits off. It's just a worse version of Fencer Industrialist magic, pretty much.
Editing me here, I have since learned that the Barbarian's magic is indeed ass, so disregard anything I say about it, it sucks.
Damage, then I would say Grey Knight's arrows. Don't quote me on this one, I'm not too sure myself. But yeah, it seems like it'll end up doing a bit more damage this way.
It won't. His magic fucking sucks.
Than normal arrow rain. So many barbarians. But with Barbarian Boss, you can see he gets right on top of you. You need a little bit of distance between you and the enemy in order for it to work. Like, if he's further away, then this would be much stronger, as you can see when...
Bro's actually in denial. I'm trying so hard to make it seem good. It isn't.
The center of it. Instead of being arrow rain, which is just one long string of arrows starting from beginning to end, the Barbarian Splash magic basically has 2 points that go into a middle section, as you can kind of see from it. So one will come from the left and right, and they'll all kind of go at a diagonal angle to the center of a point. So when you do this, you'll kind of see the crosses between it, so you get more overall damage from it.
You don't. I'm just hoping his magic is terrible.
I think I don't really know that much about Barbarian's magic, if I'm being honest.
It sucks!
Rain or any of that stuff. I would say they're probably actually going to be similar to being on par, but I don't know.
They're not. Barbarian's magic is worse.
So. And that is the first boss of Insane Mode done. You did it! And now you can collect the spoils. Apparently the Insane Mode money drops for Barbarian Boss are actually the exact same. So, I don't know how true that is, I just heard it once. And now let's get on to the fun stuff. Not used all of them. Oh. God, I did. Any Geometry Dash fans, this is probably a surprise hearing jumper, I'm sure. Although, I don't know which game came first. Maybe, you know, Geometry Dash fans, they were surprised to see the Castle Crashers music there. And I'm sure the song existed before either of them, but whatever. Anyway, the Thieves Forest entrance, or I think it's just Forest entrance. This isn't really that bad. It's mostly light enemies again, nothing you really have to concern yourself with. There's one Beefy, but you can just magic spam or just try to juggle it. You don't really need to Beefy juggle in this game. You can try to learn it, but honestly, you don't have to. No, my money. You can also just kind of Beefy stun lock. Basically, you don't want to have them flinched, but if you hit them 4 times, then yeah. Ow. Ow. But yeah, as you can see, I'm not the best at dealing with Beefies. I sort of just do whatever until it kills it. It doesn't have a lot of health, so you should be fine. The damage is not strong enough to really be a threat, and the health is not really enough to be that much of a concern. It's a little annoying, but with max defense, as you can see, it doesn't really mean much. I'll tell you now in case you want to try it, but it's really hard, and I probably won't really be going over Beefy juggles at all. But the Beefy juggle is, there's 2 different ways to do it. The one that I learned is X, 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 Y, Y, Y. And then you take a little bit of a pause, and then go X, Y, X, A. And then you go X, Y, 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 X, Y, 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 repeat, and theoretically you have a Beefy juggle. They can go on forever, but I'm really bad. I practiced for several days on trying to get better at it, but it was to no avail, unfortunately. But luckily it's not a problem. Beefy juggles and heavy juggles are optional. Knowing heavy juggle will be much more important to you in certain parts of the game and can make it a lot easier, but it's also not necessary. There are points that will make it much more convenient to know. I personally know how to, but actually executing it consistently is something that I can't do, and even once I start it, I still cannot maintain it for a long period of time. I'm pretty sure the Beefy, not Beefy, well Beefy is as well, but I'm pretty sure heavy juggle is indefinite, but it's super precise, and it's hard for me to do, so I usually don't. But that won't be a problem, at least assuming you're high enough XP level at the time. Once you start to deal with heavyweights, you should already be level 50, and then you can just drill combo them, which is a more, you have more opportunities to be damaged with drill combos, but it's so much simpler to use and operate that I think it's worth the extra risk. And if you get, it'll also help you teach, it'll help teach you movement mechanics as well. a bit so you can dodge stuff better, which is always good. You'll probably need that for Necromancer fight, because you need to be good at quick movements for that. And there we go. Easy, easy. Ba-da-ba-da, ba-da-ba-da-ba. The Red Princess is so lucky. I mean, she, like, got kidnapped and immediately saved. The Orange Princess has to go through so much trauma in beating, it's actually wild. Blue Princess is also taking forever to capture. And the, I always feel like I should say Green Princess, but she's not. She's white. If I could ask Dan Paladin a question about Castle Crashers, that would be one of them. Why is there orange, red, blue, and then white and not green? Does green get no bitches? Like, what's going on? I'm really not sure about that one. But that's the weird Castle Crashers question I'd ask. But yeah, this is more juggle checking. This isn't the real one, this is just the warm-up. But yeah, just for fun, I'll put on screen what level I was before I started Thieves Forest, or went to Forest Entrance. And then I will put on screen after Catfish what level I ended up on. I don't know if the controller icon is blocking the amount of XP I earn, so if it is, I apologize, but I will say it out loud for this one. Assuming my controller doesn't die like last time and then force me to do the fight again. My controller likes to randomly disconnect at some points, so if that happens during Troll Mother, it will probably make me cry. Not really, I'll just be a little annoyed, but at the same time I'll be able to use the skill points I earn and put it into strength because there's no way I won't be past level 55 already. So there's that. Oh, nope, it's still here. For a second I was like, did my controller disconnect? Did I manifest it? Oh no. But yeah, this part of Thieves Forest is not hard. It's the same thing as Barbarian battle and stuff like that, where you really don't need to put a lot of effort and energy into beating it on insane mode. Thieves are annoying, especially when you're not juggling them. If you're at low defense and are not really good at movements and dodging, then it actually will be a bit of a pain for you to do it, and you'll probably get hit by arrows, and if you don't have defense, then there's the whole other thing of the arrows doing like 1/4 of your health or something. And then you have to use like 3 health potions by the time you get to Troll Mother. And then once you do, you can't juggle long enough to be able to fight it and beat it, but you'll also be juggling for just well enough to get it to like half health, and then have to repeat the boss fight over and over again with your max strength so you earn XP much slower. And then just do that for hours until you eventually beat it. It's not like I have any personal experience with that specific thing, no. 48, 2 levels until drill combo. Another thing I should note, I'll probably say it in the XP section, so whatever. You'll hear it twice, because I'm writing the script after the fact, probably, for most of it. But if you're not earning any XP, like you can't earn XP off of corpses, you can juggle an enemy for eternity, but that won't get you any XP after they got to 0 health. So you can't just juggle a corpse, or else it wouldn't matter if you did strength first. They have to be alive. So one way to check if your enemies are dead if you have all of them in a juggle is to pay close attention to your XP bar. If you're not earning any more XP, then you know that they're dead. I just juggle a little extra just in case for the practice and for the sake of it. But yeah. That is one way to check that you're over if you want to save time, if you're tired of juggling, just want to make sure they're dead. That is what you need to do. And at higher levels, it's kind of hard to see, especially with one enemies, but if you notice it, you notice it. It's kind of up to your own discretion. If you've been juggling an enemy for a while, then it's like, yeah, they're probably dead. You kind of just do it until you're tired of it, or you just go till whatever. Whatever works for you. Money, 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 money. I'm gonna juggle this guy just for fun. I don't know why, I just like the animations of juggling him. Because for some reason, well, I guess it makes sense that there are light ways. It's kind of like juggling the bees. You know, it's like, it doesn't feel right, but at the same time, it's really silly. Does this serve any purpose? No. Should you do this? Probably not, but it's really goofy, so I do it anyway. You're not that desperate for XP, especially when you're about to fight Troll Mother. Yeah, this one I usually am too lazy, but oh yeah, this is what I was talking about with the side thing. You have to find the right time off the ledge or else they'll fall. So usually you can kind of see what I'm doing, it's hard to describe, but the moment they slam up, I turn it and then start going into the lights again. Also, sometimes it's nice if you can to let them out, at least one of the enemies when you're juggling, to kind of do it sloppily, so you can see if they fall out, are they gonna die? Because if one enemy, if you pay attention or if you get them at the same time and notice it dies, then you can just be good with that. Anyway, here's the fight that's about to take like 20-30 minutes to do, so that'll be fun. I'll probably end up speeding through this section a bit, or just speeding up parts that are kind of boring. But yeah, it's just this. This is why I call it a light juggle check. Especially when you're doing so little damage, it'll take a while. Like I said, it's like a 20-minute fight. You know what, I'm gonna go down further so the fire stops hitting them. I'll probably interject this at the beginning of the fight before you do it, but yeah, one of the important things as well for this fight is whenever you fall, immediately bring up your shield, so you don't get stun locked and instantly killed. It doesn't matter what defense you're at, having a high defense will help you survive these, but if you ever fall down, what you want to do is immediately put your shield up and then just wait. It might take a bit. Just try moving around till you find yourself an opening to get up and start juggling again. You always want to put up your shield. Your base damage also does increase via leveling up, as you can see. It seems like every 10 levels it does one more. Because when I was going through the 60s, it was 10 damage, and now I'm doing 11 damage to him. And I think that sort of increases forever until 99, I think. I think you're technically at your strongest at 99 in terms of overall stat damage, but I could be wrong. I don't know when it actually ends. I'll just say 99 though. I don't think it's enough to really be worth using Giraffe until 99 though. I think getting the Elephant Strength buff is more important. And that is Trill Mother defeated, first try, no potions. And this is pretty much the fruits of my labor for not going into anything with strength. Although it would take serious hand strength in real life to do that, oh my god. After Catfish, I'm going to take a short break, and you probably should too if you did that. Because all that juggling will make your hand tired. For this one, I don't really know if I need to give any instruction for mills. Maybe you think this is hard or need any tips for this. I would just say stay further back than all the deer and watch the AI deer. If you're in multiplayer with 4 people, then good job, you have friends. Could not be me. But yeah, and then just pay attention to the light. Stay in the middle if possible, then it's easier for you to go in between, and since you're so far back, you have much more reaction time. Just keep your eyes on the right side of the screen or on the AI deer. That's pretty much all the tips I can give for this fight. If you would even call it a fight, more for this section. I always wondered, how long is this mill? Like, my god, this is a very long one. I wonder who decided to have the most horizontal mill in the world, and why is it here? But whatever. I like to stay back at the end. If you want to go out faster, probably stay all the way to the right after things don't start to appear. But I always think it's funny. He's like, no, and then you're still there. Rapids shouldn't be a problem. I don't honestly know how to deal with bitey bats super well. Especially when they keep you stun locked like this, like, I don't know what to do, they just kind of kill themselves. Bullfrogs are annoying, so I just magic them, and they die. I don't really care about earning XP off of them, like the rest, because at this point, XP is more of a secondary priority that I don't really need anymore. I mean, once I get to 78, I'll fully stop caring. But until then, I will still use Giraffe, but I won't be as hesitant to use magic on annoying enemies. It doesn't happen too often anyway, but yeah. But you can kind of see by the multiple instances of damage what I mean as well. I got distracted by the blue jay. And 71. Fish. Fish. I love the fish. Please don't knock me off, my beloved fish. There we go, awesome. And Catfish is not hard, you can do this one hitless. You can block every single attack it does, so you can be fancy with it if you want, but you don't have to be. Just stay in front of the king's ship and let it do the rest, honestly. You can also use magic here, but since it has a bunch of resistance, I just arrow for fun. And then usually just splash magic, or if you're playing the king, then just melee it. You can also go like this. It doesn't really do much. It's, you know, barely any extra damage, but it's just a show-off thing you can do if you want. I like doing it because it's silly, but you don't have to. It's probably better if you don't try to, but in between punches you can melee for very short damage. Oh yeah, look at all that damage. Wow. I know. So intense. But yeah, pretty much just keep your shield up at all times when it's not stunned, or if you're dumb and want to show off a bit and do that, then feel free, I guess. I don't know if there's anything that particularly changed about Catfish from Sane to Insane. And then, yeah, once it gets, like, the second half of health or a little lower, we'll do this. Just stay in front, and we'll do the charge on one side, and usually the top, and then we'll go to this one and just move out of the way. Catfish, I don't really know if there's any tips I need to give for this one. It's not a hard fight. Bonk, 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 bonk. There we go. I think my timing was off when I said bonk, but whatever. I'm bored. The fish is my favorite water mount. I don't know if other people have a favorite thing to ride in the water, but I love the fish. It's my favorite. Comment your favorite thing to go, so yeah. Yeah. So yeah, 579 kills, you know. And my XP is 34,087 if the controller is blocking it. And yeah, that's the fruit of the labor of why I do this. As you can see, I am significantly more prepared for the upcoming fights. I'll use the club since I think it will fit the Barbarian more, but usually I do Man Catcher. It doesn't make a difference. If you really don't want the -3 agility, then, you know, go for it, I guess, but it's really up to you. Barbarians use the club, and I think it fits, so that is what I'm going to do. But just like that, you are now level 71 around and ready for Tallgrass Field. Remember when the clubs used to crit? I always like going as soon as possible just so I can see that one bear go back up again. I don't know why, but that's just something I learned recently. My brain was always like, it's weird that there's 4 bears that attacking because one goes back, and then if you actually go fast enough, you can see it turn over, which I think is cool. But yeah, okay, so Tallgrass Fields. This one is not going to be hard as well. The enemies will be a little tougher, and this is where you'll need to use medium juggle or magic to defeat it. I don't put the magical, the medium juggle here, since you only need it for one enemy, and at this point you should be level 50 if you're doing my method at least. If you're not level 50, then you can use magic spam, but if you are, you can just try drill comboing it if you want. But yeah, I'm going to medium juggle. It's the fly combo with a little extra. You can also skip to the medium juggle timestamp below if you want to get the tutorial for that early. It's up to you, the pacing. Right now, I wouldn't say you particularly need it. You probably still don't even need juggling, if I'm being honest. You can get pretty far with just magic spam if your magic is good enough, so... It's really up to what you want to do. But yeah. I'm not the best. I can do it pretty well. It's usually the second part that I struggle with. Maybe my juggling will get a bit camera shy, who knows. For some reason, I just mess up on this boss specifically, but on, like, later enemies, it's fine. I'm just juggling these guys to pass the time until this guy appears, and then I mess up. Because they're just going to be magic spamming, so, you know. Ow. There we go. You can also, for medium juggle, you can start by, usually it's light, heavy, heavy, light, heavy, heavy, light, heavy, heavy, and then light, heavy, light, heavy, light, heavy, light, heavy, until they fall all the way to the floor. But if you can also do the standard, you know, light juggle into medium juggle, instead of doing 3 of the infinite fly combo ones, you would want to do 2 and then go, you know. And that is why I usually potion. But yeah, I usually just kind of brute force these. You can play them smarter if you want. Assume the rest of this level isn't hard, so you can get through the rest of the area no potions if you're able to juggle. If you're not, then I wouldn't recommend, you know, just wasting potions like this. But it's up to you. That's why I usually say I go potionless until this fight. Just because of that specific example. The best way to deal with them is just doing 4 lights, and like jumping up, do 4 lights, it will fall to the ground and run away. You can also arrow spam them, you can use your bombs. Feel free to use bombs if you have the money to drop them all the time, because they actually can be pretty useful and do a decent chunk of damage. This I like to be extra and fly over, but you don't really have to. Oh, there we go. Huh. Interesting. Usually the wall actually prevents you from going this far back. I guess if you go back like that, it actually will let you go. Usually it doesn't let you do this. Got kind of stunned by that there. Okay. That's something new. I won't really be covering secrets and stuff, like how to get all the animal orbs or anything while I play. I was thinking of doing that, but I don't really need to. But yeah, at this point in the game, you should have sandwiches because they carry over from insane mode, or from sane mode, I mean, for some reason. But yeah, if you use sandwich here, you can go in and unlock swords, and then there will be a bomb area for you to also blow up. So yeah. And then there we go, some thieves. And then we won't see her until Industrial Castle, and then we will see her at Ice Town, or whatever it's called. Okay, so I have Drill Combo unlocked, so I will be using it against the slimes. For Drill Combo to work, you have to land the 3rd hit of the light, so like I just did there. So you can kind of turn to the side and then attack it like that. Or you can just attack one on one side and then go to the other. The alternative, if you don't have Drill Combo unlocked, is to run around like this, go full speed, and then just do the charging run attack. It does less damage, but it's better than nothing. But yeah, so you can do either of those. It doesn't really matter which one you do. Drill Combo is better, but if you know, are tired of missing all the time and then bouncing back, then do whatever you want. They don't do a lot of damage, so it's really up to you. But yeah, the reason you want to miss the first one is like you just saw. It's because 2 hits will make them bounce back. Get away. Oh my god, I'm just gonna... There we go, it's finally dead. I hate fighting the slimes. I only appear twice in the game, and this is the first of 2. Actually, I guess they technically appear 4 times, but just here and in the tunnel area. I think it's Cyclops Cave, 1 second. One of those things where my face gets itchy. It's like I have a skin disease or something. I mean, to be fair, it doesn't really have anything to do with it. Half the time it is, half the time it isn't. I have non-contact dermatitis, so that's the random lore you get from Pecorine here. But yeah, so half the time it's just itchy, and then half the time it's normal stuff like, oh, I need to rub my eye, or oh, my ear itches, because headphones sometimes do that for some reason. But yeah, drill combo is going to be your best friend in insane mode for harder enemies. This one, just be cautious with it. Use 2 to 3 charges of magic for it. Pipistrello can one-shot you, because that's something they decided. So do everything at your own risk. There's not really much to say, just stay here, stay shielded, he'll attack, and then after, just magic. If you want to be cautious, then do 2. I'm being stupid, so I'm doing 3. Also, with 3, your magic runs out faster, so it might actually be more economic to do 2. But yeah, there's not much to say about this boss either. I don't think anybody's getting stuck on Pipistrello. And if you are, then you know how to deal with it. If you're not using magic, if you're using the king where you don't have splash mana magic to use on it, then just do the spinning Y attack over and over again. Just do that and then do the flat attack. So press Y 3 times, and then you're good. Nope, nope, give me my giraffe. You want to go down to up when collecting stuff because you're more likely to collect more of it, because the Grey Knights like to take some of the money here. So that's something. Just do whatever's closest and then kind of do an up and down sweeping motion. Like this. And that should get you most of it. Okay, so usually I would do Industrial Castle in my own playthrough, but I know people usually struggle with it more than Lava World, so I'll save it for after. But yeah, for me, Industrial Castle really isn't that bad, and it's not hard. So yeah, I'll continue going. I'm gonna take a quick break for my... Sorry. But yeah, Industrial Castle really isn't that bad, so it's up to you whether or not you want to skip to Industrial Castle on the video and do it now, but I tend to see that people find it much harder than Lava World, so I will keep it for now. I'm gonna go take a quick break for my hands, and then I will be back. Hand is rested. Flowery Field. So the save point for this is Cyclops Cave, so I'd recommend taking quite a break when going for this one. because it might take a bit. If you plan on getting off soon, then maybe you just want to hold it off for the next one, because it will not save if you beat Wedding Crashers. You have to get hit and walk into the tunnel before it will actually save. I like the music on this level a lot. Also, bees. Let's just do this. There we go. Somebody messaged me while I'm playing. Don't you understand? I'm playing Castle Crashers. I'm just kidding. But yeah, Flowery Field, it's the same thing, just light juggle. You can light juggle the bees for some reason. Fun fact about the beekeepers use bee magic. That's pretty much it. Ah. Oh, this is a random thing that I don't know how well it'll age, but my friends and I were talking about moving to Ireland. I've been a US citizen all my life, but a lot of stuff is happening as of recording this video, and my friends are thinking maybe it would be best to leave the country. So yeah, if I really do move to Ireland, yeah, that'll be fun. Honestly, if my friends actually do move to Ireland, I absolutely would want to join them. Seems like one of those things where it's like a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, you know? It's like, yeah, of course I do that. This is where bombs start coming in. Yep, those bombs. Wondrous. Yeah, but the bomb thrower walks differently. You'll identify them because they're throwing bombs. They also walk a little differently. You'll be able to tell, hopefully. It will take a little bit of time to recognize them, but you will be able to see which one. One thing I should also mention is that the bomb thrower changes every death. So you want to group up all of them. You want to group as many people up as you can at a time, so you don't get a chance to deal with more bomb throwers.
Editing me here, just wanted to mention, on top of that, if the bomb thrower is still in the juggle, even after he's dead, you're still juggling him, then the bomb will not transfer over, so that's something to note.
There we go. It's kind of nice to save the Grey Knights for later. You want to use them when they are fighting the Beefy, so you have a little bit of time to fight other things. Mess that up, awesome. God, I hate the bomb thrower. Doesn't matter how many runs of insane mode I do, these bombs are so annoying. They're really the only threat to you until the Groom. Coneheads themselves at this point are lightweight, so no threat there. But yeah. The bombs are the problem. Let's get rid of these guys. Go, Grey Knights, distract them. And they did not distract for long. But luckily the main guy is not a chaser currently. He's more of just an assist, so he'll kind of let me do my thing. It would be great if I could get all three of them, but... Oh, dang, but I hit him. Yeah, I might end up using a potion here. I will have to see. And then, yep. Oh, I forgot to restock on potions. Ow. Yeah, so at this point you can just arrow spam, magic spam, do whatever you want. I'm gonna mess this up bad. Listen, I'm not the best player at the game. Gotta lock in for a second here. There we go. So yeah, let's see if I can do it with one potion. At any point you can exit to map and go, like right now, if you used all of your potions there, you don't have to worry or continue playing. I'm confident enough in my ability to do the rest of it on one potion that I don't really care. There's food here for the first 2 waves if anything gets bad. So yeah. Also, one thing I should mention about the bomb thrower is that I currently have it in the juggle. So as long as it is in the juggle and it does not fall out of it, there will not be another bomb thrower, as far as I know. But of course I just messed that up, so now there will be another bomb thrower as one of the 2. Let's hope it... Okay, it was that one. You always want to keep track of which one is the bomb thrower. I think it'll be easier if I just keep hitting him against the wall, but yeah. You'll also want to probably try to avoid hitting the tables whenever possible, but that's not really any concern. Just try saving the food for when you need it. Once you go to the 3rd and 4th waves of enemies, I don't believe you can come back and get the food. So make sure to use it before heading in if you're low on health, because you can't come back after these 2 waves. There also is a chance that I'll die. It depends on how good I am against the Groom. You can block most of the attacks except the splash magic and the bombs, so look out for that. See how he's kind of walking weird? I think that means they're bomb thrower. But that also could be wrong. It's just because the role also could have switched between the characters. They didn't throw any bombs, so that was actually false information. What am I, making a guide or something? But yeah, that was not bomb thrower. There's basically different roles in the game. You don't really need to worry about it. I'll make a separate video if people are really interested on how it works, but basically there's the chaser, the one that will go right up to you, follow you to the ends of the earth, the 2 supports, where they'll kind of be on either side of you, and will occasionally hit at you, and they'll be on the sides of you and the chaser, and then the rest kind of just free roam, and as long as you don't go near their positions, they will not go near yours, kind of like what that Beefy was doing earlier, if that makes sense. There are ways to beat the Groom by like a cheat method, or almost like if you want to beat it legit, and that's what I'm teaching you to do. Basically the strategy for Groom is to use the what is it called, to do the thing. That's so specific. I'm great at making guides. You want to stun lock. There's a way to infinite stun lock with the boomerang, so if you're really struggling with the fight and want to look up that method, then go ahead. I'm not going to judge you too badly for it. This fight is annoying, but it's also not too bad. There's also a more complicated way to infinite stun it, but I'm not good at that method, so I have also not practiced it, so I'm not going to be doing that one either. If you want to know more about that, then Dynasty 1's Insane Mode Guide, I can also pull it up real quick to show what I mean on the side of the footage, but he'll go into more detail explaining how to do that and stuff if you want to do that one instead. Also, it looks like I got the bomb thrower because they didn't do it. Yeah, always make sure to restock on potions, or else you'll end up getting really far if you know how to juggle, and then, you know, if you're not paying attention during the boss fight and die, then you'll have to redo it all. So that's fun. If I die, then I'll just cut back to that, because there's nothing new I could add. There's 2 main methods to fighting the Groom that I'll show you now. You always want to be the one to attack first. And it's just that. 4 melee attacks. That's all you do. It will stun lock him, he gets on the ground, once he gets up, hit him again. That's pretty much it. The other one is once he's on the ground, just magic him until he falls back down. The second he gets up, hit him with the whatever you're using. Oh, my controller just disconnected. Yeah, that's the controller disconnecting I was talking about. So that's fun. But hey, at least I can go get potions now. So I'll cut back to it. Okay, and we're back. So I can show you the other method now. So yeah, you don't want to get hit first, because stuff like that will happen. Okay. But now I have all my potions, so I can mess up as much as I want. Yeah, this fight, even for me, I still take a few attempts on it. But yeah, this is what you do. It'll take a bit to get used to the timing, but once you get used to it, then it's not bad. Yeah, and once you get used to it, it's not that bad. But you basically just have to do that. If the Groom didn't hit like an absolute truck, then it really wouldn't be that hard at all. But yeah, that's why you want to be on full potions for this. If you played better, if you shielded better, I'm not a good example of shielding well. I just kind of forget it exists a lot of the time. But you just kind of want to be patient and shield. If he bombs, just move out of the way. That's how you should be doing it. And pay attention to your magic so you don't get caught off guard like I just did. But yeah, I'm doing pretty good damage to him. This fight really isn't that hard once you get used to it. It's just, you know, if you mess up, like, I don't know. If you mess up even once, it could be the death of you, just because if he does a certain string of attacks, it can kill you before you can even health potions. It's just, he's fast. If you want to make this fight go a little faster and don't really care about juggling as much, you can go for a magic-focused weapon instead. So you can do a little bit extra magic damage to a pet that supports magic, but I feel like that's a little overkill at the moment for this.
Hi, editing me again. I actually did the graphics for the weights after, and learned that you actually can heavyweight juggle the Groom. So you can also do that.
Groom is one of the few bosses that I really feel like does a lot of damage and has more health. I usually feel like a lot of the bosses in this game do one or the other, but this, I feel like he's a good balance of doing both. I'm gonna use another potion. I personally, for what I do, is I'm much more on the cautious side for this boss. I don't like to be under half health because of the random bullshit that he can just do. It's up to you though. You're completely free, and it's not a bad idea to conserve your potions a little more. It's not like he can most of the time do anything. But if you feel like you have a good attempt running, then it's just fine. You don't need to do what I did. There's a method to continuously headbutt him. That was the other method I mentioned earlier. But I'm not good at doing that. It takes a lot of precision and skill, and that's something I just don't have. If you practice it enough, then you could do it, but I don't really know why you'd want to. Maybe I'm just more impatient. But once you learn once you learn like 3 juggles and tech, you're pretty much good for insane mode. Some parts will be a lot tougher, but you can do it. Yeah, that's one of the 2 attacks that he can do that are unblockable. He also is very cowardly at this point. You really want to keep him in stasis or else it'll just get more and more annoying. It seems like he'll just run out, throw 1 bomb, and then go back into the organ for 15 minutes. You probably already know this, the bombs shoot faster the lower health he is. It's something that's kind of obvious. I don't think that changes from insane to normal, but I think it feels faster on insane mode because the health difference. I think what I just did was an example of perfect block, by the way. How you saw how when he tried to hit me, he just kind of got launched back? That's exactly what a perfect block does. It's not really necessary, it's just kind of based off of reaction time, but whatever. It's something. But yeah, I did use 3 potions on this, but I could have gotten away with using less. But yeah, I kind of see what it does. You have to be pretty good with the timing on this one. Not really at the early points, but on the later points, if you don't, you know, do timing pretty perfectly, he'll immediately get up and hide at the organ. But it should only take 1 or 2 more things to get him, so we're all good. At least the music slaps though, so you can't really be too upset. And there you go. That is Groom defeated. You also are free to not use many potions, because there's not really anything potion-worthy after this. When it comes up in later games, I can talk about what I call potion conservation, usually the general amount of potions that you want to have at certain points of the game. But for this one, you pretty much, it's fine if you don't have all 5, but if you have all 5 of them, you can use all of them on the Groom. Even if you die here, it's not that bad, you can just get back to this point. Well, actually, is this, I don't know if this is a separate level.
Yes, it is a separate level. I don't know why I even thought for a second this was part of Wedding Crash, but whatever.
You just throw the guys off, and that's that. Of course, now that I'm saying you shouldn't die here, I'm absolutely gonna die here, aren't I? I always stand on the right for the, once you beat all the coneheads, because they'll immediately start with the left side bomb every single time. And then for this one, you just charge at it and juggle. It's not hard. You technically don't need to juggle either, just throw in a Y every once in a while, and then you'll be good. You're more susceptible to falling, but, you know, you don't take a lot of damage if you fall, so it's up to you. This technically is also good juggle practice, but at this point, with the Troll Mother, you're probably an expert at light juggling at this point, so you don't need to worry. Not really much to say. If you want, you can block the eye lasers, but I don't know why you would ever need to, because unless you're doing a challenge run, you really have no excuse not to. You can just juggle it. But yeah, you can shield on top of the carriage, and when it shoots the eye lasers, then you don't have to worry about anything. And now this is the point where you can exit to mount. Okay, yeah, so Parade is a separate level. I actually forgot. But yeah. This is where you'd want to go and get more potions, because you're probably going to need them. And also, if you want to get off for the day, then this is the point to leave, because this entire thing from Flowery Field to Cyclops Cave, you have to walk into the cave in order for it to save on the map progress. So let's say you beat Wedding Crash and you're on parade and you decide I'm gonna call it a day. Then yeah, or if you are stuck on Wedding Crash, then you want to dedicate more time to it, because if you log off, then you have to do Flowery Field again, and that's just a waste of time. It doesn't take too long or anything, it's just kind of annoying. Yeah, so you could do the heavy juggle there, but I'm not. I just use drill combo because it's much more convenient, and it will also hit the slimes if you angle it right, so it's 2 for 1 on this one. Even if you can heavy juggle, honestly, it still probably would be worth your time to do it anyway here, just so you can hit the slimes. Don't always hit them, but usually you do. I don't know why I'm messing it up. And there you go. And then more drill combo. Yeah, the first part is not very hard. The only difficult part of this level is just the ending with the 3 heavy cone heads. And yeah, that's in like 6 slimes, I think. I haven't really counted, but that's what my brain is telling me it is, so that's what I will say. Oh, okay then. Oh, okay then. Yeah, slimes are most annoying, but hey, after this interaction, you'll have one more thing of slimes, and then you'll never have to worry about them again for the rest of the playthrough. Luckily, the Necromancer doesn't bring back the slimes. God, can you imagine? That'd suck. You can also destroy this mushroom for more fruit, if you didn't know that there's one there. I'd say in this fight, you would probably want to prioritize coneheads. Usually I start the juggle on the thieves since they're closer, but you do not need to worry about them nearly as much. Except I keep messing up. There we go. Okay, no, there we don't go, I guess. The reason I say focus on coneheads is just because they have more resistance to physical damage, as you can see. Also because they have bombs, so you want to get the bomb thrower out of here. Don't know why I'm so bad at juggling right now, but okay. So yeah, let's get these guys out of here so I don't have to worry about bombs. There might be another behind the cart. They kind of like to get stuck behind there. Yep, there he is. Let's try to get him. There we go. And then, did I immediately let him out? I might have. And now there's a chance he's the bomb guy. He's not. Awesome. It was the other guy I was juggling. And this should be the last of them, checking to see if I'm getting any XP out of this. And the answer seems to be no, so I'll juggle them to the other side just to be extra sure their spines are shattered. And there we go. You can all get food from these mushrooms. I usually save them for later. Because, oh yeah, 4 cone heads. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 slimes. So a little more conehead, a little less slime. I don't know if you saw what I just did there, but if enemies go on top of you when you're fighting, this will be extra important at the Cyclops Fortress. But, oh, come on. And that's why you bring potions. But yeah, whenever you decide just, hey, instead of, you know, doing the drill combo, I'm just gonna throw instead. That's also what makes this annoying. You shield beforehand. You'll get other opportunities to attack them, so just wait. Since I have a bunch of potions, and since I plan on exiting beforehand anyway. And also, yeah, that's why the slimes are so annoying on this level. So it's really good when you can do stuff like that and get them all out at once. Because while you're doing damage to the coneheads, you can hit the slimes, but you just have to kind of hope the stars align with that one. And then this is a fun thing that they also decide to do, where if depending on how many slimes you've killed at this point, Some of them will become like the random wandering ones and will not directly attack you, and it's super annoying. Yep, got stuck there again. Let's use another potion because I can. I don't have anything else to use it on because before Cyclops Fortress, I'm going to refresh because trust me, I'm going to need them. I'd recommend you also do that if you're not at full for some of these levels, because I don't know, with levels with only heavyweights, even I still struggle on them. Usually it would take me 1 or 2 attempts. They can be annoying, but they're doable. And there we go. The boss itself is not going to be hard, but I would say with that potion management thing, I'd say to be safe, I would say keep maybe 1 or 2 potions with you. So try to get past that first area with all the cone heads with 2 potions left, if possible. So don't worry too much about it. Try to keep as many as you can, of course, but don't use like 3 potions and be on one of the last 2 waves and be like, oh yeah, this isn't gonna work. I just have to reset. I would say usually just always keep going with attempts because miracles can happen. Especially in insane mode. That's how I've got past desert every single time. I just hope for the best.
This is where I'm also going to put the heavy juggle tutorial. I'ma be real with you, I'm not that good at heavy juggling. I really need to just sit down and dedicate some time to practicing it, because it'll definitely be more effective and safer to do than drill comboing. The heavy juggle can be performed by doing the opposite of the light juggle, so heavy, heavy, light, light. It also can be performed indefinitely. It's also pretty hard to learn and do consistently because it requires incredibly precise timing in order to be done. Unfortunately, I don't really have any tips for this one. You just need to keep practicing until the timing of it is etched into your skull. From what I understand, if you go too fast, it'll force you to uppercut, and the key to consistently doing it is to do your light attacks before you start falling. You can practice like always in the vault inside the Animal Ark and Industrial Castle wall. I'd say Cyclops Fortress is probably the best place to practice against actual enemies and have fun with the bombs. With that, you at least know how to heavy juggle. It's up to you if you actually want to practice and perfect it or you just want to drill combo away. Either way, I respect your decision. If you decide to go ahead and learn it, then good luck. I believe that you can do it, and I'll be right there beside you practicing. I'm rooting for you, and I know you can do it.
This is the only light enemy in the game, the guy in the chair, so you might as well take him out first. The rest of the cone heads in the game will be heavy, so this is the last light one. There we go, he's dead. So I would just say walk around, make sure all of them are in front of you, and then just drill combo them over and over. This also reduces the risk of you getting hit by bombs. You still will get hit by bombs, but you have much more freedom of movement. If you try doing heavy juggling, then you have to be even more careful about it. You know, it's kind of like that, except I just got up from there, but yeah. But see how much damage I've taken? I'm already gonna have to use a potion soon. And this might not even be my first attempt, and I don't really care. It's not that big of a concern if you do die. I think I can tank 1 more hit, so I'm gonna play it risky and do that. But yeah. They also will bomb themselves, so if you can position it right, then that'll be helpful. I don't like when they're behind me. I like having them all to one side of me. Uh-oh. And hey, look, see, I decided to hold it off, and they happen to drop meat. Then I immediately got hit again, but you know what? It doesn't matter. The 3 hits can also be a good stun in general. Of course, you're not guaranteed to have a meat drop at any point, but, you know, things might happen. do whatever you want at your own discretion. If you want to be safe, then use the potion in that scenario. If you think you'll be fine and can take the hit, then risk it. It's up to you. The risk for me happened to pay off, but I also could have easily just died and then had to restart. Don't get frustrated if you die. Insane mode is insane for a reason. There's a lot of parts that just aren't fair and take time to practice. Don't consider each attempt as a major loss or some random bullshit. Try to understand how you died, why you died, stuff like that, and just say it's practice for yourself. Never do it with the intention of winning, do it with the intention of getting better, and then when you do win, that practice pays off. I don't always first try this. I mean, I just used my first potion here. I could have used the apples that's magically stored inside this table for some reason, but I didn't. So yes, this level is annoying, and I'm not gonna fault you for being annoyed at this. But if you get angry easily, you probably shouldn't even be doing insane mode, because trust me, it will get worse. Right now, it isn't that bad. Like, once you get to Insane Necromancer, and yes, you will get to Insane Necromancer, I believe in you. The mechanics for this one isn't really hard, it's just do the same combo over and over again. And yeah, it will be hard at first because you'll keep getting hit and bombed, but you can do it. You can keep persevering, get better at movements, get better at reading. I think one of the best things is to play a little more cautious when fighting these guys. Shield up often, walk away, hit them 3 times, you see they're about to throw a bomb, walk down, just dodge it. You might not get it at the first try, but you are trying, And like that, you're already at the end of the level. I usually medium juggle here. Usually that's easier for me.
Editing me here. If you can't medium juggle yet, that's fine. Just drill combo the fire demon as well.
And then just drill combo. If you ever get locked in, just shield up. It's faster that way. I think whenever you shield there, it counts as a perfect shield as well, or a parry or whatever, so you don't have to worry. When it's one enemy, you don't really have to worry with heavy drill combos because it's just like, you can kind of infinitely stun them. And now we're off to the boss. Cyclops, you may think this is going to be hard, and if you're not prepared for this, if you don't know how to beat him, then this actually will be a pretty hard fight. I remember when I got to Insane, I was kind of stuck here for a bit. Not for a super long time. I wouldn't consider this a major roadblock or anything, but it was something that I got stuck with. But all you have to do is simply walk down. Do like 3 magic, walk down, and keep magicking, then shield, and just repeat this forever. It's really not that bad. And you can mess up as much as you want. That's what the potions are for. That's why I said keep 2 potions just in case. You can also break those vases down there, and they will contain stuff. Like, see, I got hit there, but I have potions. Just get used to the timing. I would say practice this on normal mode if you're not used to it, and you haven't done this before, but, once you get the timing down, you can do it consistently, and if you mess up, it's not the end of the world because max defense coming in clutch. Do 3 and then go. 1, 2, 3. And then I wait because I ran out of magic, and then go down. And you'll get used to the timing. Once you start to see him do the animation, that's usually when you want to move down. If you get hit back, don't even try to attack. It's just easier to wait on it so you get your timing back down. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. And if you go down too early, then just go back up, and you'll probably miss. Sometimes you won't, sometimes you will. And then with this one, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. If you want to be more cautious, then just go 1, but I find the tight pacing of it really perfect, because you do the second one and immediately go down. You can also do a bit there when he charges at you. I didn't do that because I saved my magic for the actual fight, but you can do that too for a little extra damage. And like that, he's dead with not really any challenge. He's very readable and predictable. So it should not take much to beat him. But yeah, as I mentioned, you can break these, you get some food out of that. And like that, Cyclops Fortress is done. And now moving on to Lava World. Now, most people say Industrial Castle is the hard one, or the one that's most difficult to do. But I actually, at least on this side of the map, but I actually didn't really have trouble with it once I knew how to light juggle well. The bombs are annoying, but you just do it enough times, and then once you figure it out, you're golden for the rest of your life on Industrial Castle. The only thing annoying is the brute. But yeah. Lava World is the one that I always found harder, so I don't know what people are really talking about. Maybe it's because the enemies are a little tougher in Lava World. Not Lava World, in Industrial Castle they have a lot more health and they do a ton of damage, where this one, it's more in line with what you expect after beating Cyclops. But for me, it really isn't that bad. I usually do Industrial Castle first because it's just easier for me. This is also, I'm gonna put the the medium juggle before on this.
The medium juggle is another of what I would consider to be necessary juggles to know in Castle Crashers. I'd say there's enough medium weight enemies to warrant you learning it, unlike heavyweights where you can get by without knowing the heavy juggle, although it'll make your life much easier if you do know how to heavy juggle. The medium juggle can be performed by going light, heavy, heavy for 3 times in a row, and then you just want to do a light and a heavy attack as many times as you can before they fall to the ground. You can also start a medium juggle with a light juggle because of how medium weights work. If you do that, just remember to take out 1 light and 2 heavies out of your count of 3, as every combo of the light juggle will count as 1. I should also mention that you don't need to do the light then heavy part. You can get by just fine by doing the first part, but I recommend you always try to do the second part so they die faster. You can hold the heavy button down when you do the 2 heavies if you want to make your life a little easier. The next trick is exclusive to controller users, unfortunately, I think, although I guess it could still work if your light and heavy inputs are close enough together on keyboard. Anyway, if you're struggling to do the second part of the combo, then my recommendation is to kind of skim your finger over the buttons. I personally found doing this made that part much more doable. You can always practice the medium juggle on the vault in the Animal Ark or the Industrial Castle wall, but I actually wouldn't recommend that as much. The best place to practice the medium juggle is the sandwich door in Lava World. It will indefinitely send out 1 medium weight enemy at a time, and is the perfect place to practice your medium juggle. With that, you should have everything you need to perform the medium juggle. Just like everything, it can be hard at first, but you can do it. After a little bit of practice, you'll be crushing the dreams of every fire demon in the vicinity. So keep trying, I know you can do it.
So you'll have the tutorial for that, because this is when you're gonna start, needing to know it. Because all the enemies, all the fire demons are medium juggle only. Of course, if you practice that fly combo a bit, great, you're already halfway there. And honestly, that is enough to beat this level. In the rest of the game with medium, you don't have to do this. I always consider the second part the extra damage with medium juggles. Because if you can at least do the 3, then you'll get there. When you get to the point of a Necromancer, for the first time you do it on Insane Solo, you'll have to attempt it a lot. You're gonna have to go through those cultists a lot. So you'll have a lot of experience practicing medium juggles then. That's how I got good at doing the second half and how I got more consistent. If you want my tip on how to do that, I mentioned how you want to kind of hold the Y button for the repetitive Y. It makes it easier to do. You kind of want to slide your finger from the X to the Y key, if that not Y key, the button. So I don't know if it really comes off across on the buttons, but if not, I'll show a hand cam later. No, actually not later, I'll insert it now. but when I'm editing, I will do that to kind of show you what I'm talking about if it doesn't really come across. But you just want to slide from the X button to the Y and kind of get used to that timing. The timing is a little tricky, so, you know, as you can see right there, I did it once or twice, and then I kind of let them go. And then other times I can do it 3 times, 4 times. You know, it's not necessary, really. If you mess it up, it's fine. It's not something you have to be consistent with. Ooh, a new weapon.
Also want to note for the second part for that launch attack, the XY one, that the height it throws the enemy up is actually inconsistent. So you're not expected to be able to hit that every time.
The only one that I've done is, well, Barbarian for this video. Because I wanted the Beekeeper, because I don't know if you knew this, but the Beekeeper uses bee magic. So yeah. I just also kind of chose a character at random for this, and that's why I chose Barbarian. No real reason, other than that at least. But yeah, it's a matter of practice. It really doesn't get super hard. Be careful of the magic spam. You might want to shield up when you go there. It might not always help you because fire demons really like to use magic, so they might just splash magic you, but at the beginning of the game it should be fine. They're much more about fireballs. Okay, awesome. So this is the sandwich gate. This is probably the best place in the game to practice the medium juggle. Just keep doing this over and over again. You don't have to do it on insane mode. You can also do it on sane mode because they'll just keep doing one at a time, infinite enemies. It's a very good place to practice the medium juggle. So if you're struggling, then you can either just trial by fire it, and just every time you see a medium enemy, use that as practice. Or you can do whatever else. Oops, I waited too long. So let's see if I can get that. Nope, okay, he left. Oh well, I try to get an extra sandwich for me, but I very rarely succeed because I'm bad. But yeah, it really isn't that bad. Just get used to maneuvering. When you come down, try not to land flat, start kind of going down. That'll help you avoid the fireball predictions. Hey, god dang, the sign is throwing me off. But yeah, it's very simple once you get used to it. This level does all of a sudden is not very hard once you can medium juggle. You can also skip the final boss if you want. I don't know how to do that method. I think it involves using a sandwich or something. But you can cheat it and not fight the dragon and puppet. That's up to you, though. I prefer to beat it legitly just because it gives me a larger sense of pride when I beat it. But if this level is causing you problems and you just want to secure the victory, then I don't really blame you either. No judgment here. An insane win is an insane win. Oh, and my controller died. So that is a potion that is used because my controller likes to randomly disconnect. You probably know this as well already, but all of these statues, I guess statues is the wrong word, all of the people encased in volcanic rock, volcanic, are, you know, they'll drop food or money, mainly food. So that's cool. The only ones that won't are these 2 ones on the top. I will point them out after these guys are dead. And is this the last one? Last time I have to do it. Yeah, if you do it too fast, then they'll fall after a couple. You have to do the timing perfectly. But anyway, yeah, this one right here doesn't give you anything, and this one right here doesn't give you anything. The rest of them that you can break, this one, the rest of them, they all do. I don't know if this is a true fact, but I believe this is also like the only time you get these certain unique foods in the game as well. Like, I don't remember any other point in the game where you get that egg or like the blueberry. Maybe the graves at, I know, I think this is literally it. I just think it's interesting that there's like unique food for specifically this. I think the AI gets a little tougher here. Usually the ones that are constantly surrounded by magic are, you know, more magic focused, and they're more difficult to fight. So I think the AI is a little better for these guys. As you could probably notice, because it all of a sudden was harder for me to hit them. Or maybe I'm just bad and it's a skill issue, who knows. There we go, that was good enough. I could have gotten one more off, but, you know, I don't have to. And there we go. Next part, actually, it seems like it'll be really easy. It's the skeleton resurrection. All light enemies, you can light juggle them. But at this point in the game, you're not mentally prepared for the amount of damage that these skeletons will do, since you usually only fight them in Marsh. But yeah, these skeletons do quite the serious amount of damage. So just make sure to juggle them. Because they can get the surprise on you and completely destroy you, so I would just say be careful on this part and don't underestimate them. I've had my fair share of losses just because I underestimated the skeletons. Of course, now it's not that big of a deal, just juggle them. But juggle them for longer than you think you need to, because these are like on the same difficulty as the Marsh skeletons, I think. They probably have a little less health and damage, but like, just pretend that they're comparable to insane Marsh stuff. So they have more health. I don't know if it's a lot, but they just have a lot more health than you'd think they would because they're so fragile. They take a lot more physical damage, so you know that's nice. But I've juggled them for a bit and thought, wow, it's weird that they're still alive. One level away from max strength, and then I will move on to using the elephant pet. Ah. Yeah, this one is a pain because of just how many fire demons there are. But hey, I mean, if you're at this point, you're doing pretty good. There's not much left. I would consider this really the last hurrah of the level. In terms of potions, I'd say you want to have 1 or 2 left at this point in order to have a pretty good chance at victory. Though there's plenty of food opportunities, so just don't die. Even if you're at low health, just try not to get hit, but you know, use potions if you have to. Like I said, at your own discretion, use them.
Yeah, great advice, me. Just don't die. That'll help.
Because it's pretty much these ones. You'll fight one more, and then you'll fight a group of 3, and then there'll be infinite attacking while you do the gimmick boss, Volcano, and then after that, you will just have to do the final boss. And, you know, if you skip it, then this is pretty much the fight you're about to do, the one that I'm about to do, is pretty much the 3rd to last or 2nd to last fight in the game for this boss, for this world, I mean. So, you know, you're almost done. You're almost through. And look at how far you've already gotten. You're almost halfway through the game. You might even be a little more. I swear there's less levels on the right half than there are the left, but that could just be me. And once you beat Lava World, I think you're officially at the point of beating it more than most people. Usually, I mean, for me at least, Lava World, since it had medium weight enemies, you should be pretty good on what you're doing. I had to get carried through Lava World when I first beat Insane Mode, When I beat Insane Mode as Industrialist, I could barely do a light juggle and knew how to medium juggle, but I couldn't pull it off. So it would pretty much just be me dying and then a really good player that I found in multiplayer, because I would go on multiplayer all the time because I couldn't do it solo. I was too bad. But yeah. And then I would be carried through it, and I'm super proud of myself now that I'm able to beat Insane Mode and do it consistently. I mean, consistently is in twice so far, but hey, this will be my third one, and then I'll have a fourth one on the way, and I think beating it around 4 times is enough to be consistent, and I'll keep doing it as well. You can do this boss fight with 2 sandwiches, I believe, but I'm usually bad and take 3 or 4. Ow. And that's another fun thing about fire demons. They can crit. If they crit you, just in case, do it. Try to stay on the higher point of health. I probably should have mentioned that earlier. But yeah, if they have this spiky mace, then yeah, just be careful of them, because they can crit. And yeah, it usually takes 3 sandwiches. There's probably a way to do it in 2, because I know I've done it before. But I'm bad, so. Okay. And now, this boss really isn't that hard, and I'll show you why. There's a sweet spot that you get where nothing will be able to touch you, as long as you have max agility. You just need that. You can also use magic projectiles, which do more damage, but are far less frequent and consistent. So you just kind of go here, and then you'll notice how the sock puppet is not hitting you, and then you just arrow. It's inconsistent, sure, but look, boulder doesn't hit. You just want to keep standing right here and arrow spam, and that's it. It's very mindless. I'm literally not going to be touching anything but the B button on my controller, and I'll beat the boss. I don't know the other strategies for beating this one. This is how I've always done it since the original game. So maybe there's other strategies to doing it. I don't know, but this is what I've always done. There's a point where it's high enough to where the boulder won't hit you, the sock puppet won't attack you, and the arrows will hit it. The arrows are a bit inconsistent, but you'll know if they're hitting because you'll see it in the eye of the dragon. Also, this might just be me. Oh, he actually hit me. That's been the first in a while. I wasn't even paying attention. If the boulder hits you, go a little down. Just kind of move around. It doesn't do a lot of damage, so you should be fine. Maybe here? I got it right the first time, then this guy just had to ruin it. It's probably here then. But yeah, like I said, this isn't really a stressful fight. I'm literally just pressing the arrow over and over. There we go. So it's right here. If you look at the line that kind of swerves, I'll zoom in on it in editing. If you look at that line, just go to where it ends and align yourself with it as a landmark. And then you'll be good. But yeah, it takes a bit, 10 times health, but it's just shooting arrows. There's nothing more to it than that. It's consistent, it's easy. I mean, at this point, if you're doing my method, then you should be close to this level. If not, with agility, it will take a bit more time. You'll magic projectile it. But yeah, I feel like at this point, usually you'd be doing pretty good stat-wise, especially if you get stuck on an area, because in all of your attempts, you'll be leveling up a lot. If you, at any point before watching this video, got stuck on Troll Mother, then you'll probably have your agility maxed. This is how I've always done it. I don't know if it's a general strategy on how to do it. I'm sure you could get an enemy to hit you, then tech, then, just, forever juggle it. But, you know, that's a lot of work, that's a new mechanic that you'll have to learn, stuff like that. So it's really up to you. This is how I've always done it. You can use magic as well, but it will hit that guy a lot, but do more damage. So, whatever makes you feel comfortable. As long as you have magic or agility maxed out, or I don't think you would need agility to be maxed out, as long as it hits the dragon, then you'll be fine. And just like that, the fight is won without me having to do much of anything. And now we have the wheel. One more level, and then this side of the map will be done. You're so close, I believe in you. Oh yeah, there's this, I forgot. I don't know why I always forget this. Kinda just happy I beat the level, and then I'm like, oh yeah, he gets revived. Yep, there we go, I'm almost there. Since I'm about to go into Industrial Castle, and since I'm already almost leveled up, I'm gonna go switch to the elephant now. Because Giraffe has served me well, but it is time for the elephant for more strength. Because at this point, I really don't care about leveling up anymore. Once I have all of my stats maxed, then it's really up to you. Do you want to keep going to level 99? You will get some minor increases, but it's completely optional. There we go. Make sure to have your health potions out. And go for this guy first. As far as I know, he's always the bomb thrower. Whenever I miss him, it's always him throwing the bombs. I don't know if that's confirmed or anything, but in my experience playing on the Steam version of Castle Crashers, it's always the bomb thrower. Now that I dropped him, of course, he's not the bomb thrower, but, you know. Yeah, usually when I talk about potion conservation, usually you want to get, if you're really struggling with this level, I would just say practice your light juggle and try to get through these first two waves. Now, one of the industrialists is going to be the bomb thrower. Don't know which one, I think it's the lower one or the third one.
It's the one with the club-looking thing.
So it's this guy that I'm juggling now. Oh, it's not, okay. I'll look back in the footage and circle which one it was, but now it doesn't matter. And it doesn't matter if you're at half health either. See how I'm at half health and I'm dying also because, yeah, no, I'm about to level up, but it doesn't matter how low on health I am. Okay, well now it does. But I was gonna say that when, you know, if you're low on health, maybe not this low, but when you're low on health, you want to, if you're like half health, that's fine, because there'll be a bunch of boxes. You just want to conserve your actual potions, because there'll be harder things up ahead. You also want to juggle industrialists extra long, because they have more physical resistance. So if you are juggling a fencer and industrialist, the fencer falls and is dead. You might want to hold on to the industrialist just a little longer. You can just fly combo over that, it's not that hard. Whenever it's in that stage where both of them are up, that's when you want to run. I'm going to be careful since I'm literally one shot. But yeah, there's meat here. That'll bring you to full health if you're using the pig. You can use the pig or the elephant or Hawkster, any of them are good, but the pig and the elephant are probably better. I usually like to stay in this top part because all the enemies come to me. So yeah. Okay, got the bomb thrower, then I just stay in this corner forever. And they'll eventually come to me. That's really all you need to do, it's that simple. Look at that. And then you just light juggle them, that's it. All you need to do is get the bomb thrower and just light juggle on this corner, and that's it, you're good. It may seem trivial to you, it really might, but they'll just walk right into it, just light juggle. I know a lot of people die on the elevator, me included. You just want to go up, and then juggle them. Hope, even if you're getting lucky, just get the bomb thrower and just keep juggling him against the wall like your life depends on it, and just keep doing that, and then, what do you know, elevator's already cleared. What, there's going to be 2 more that come over here? One of them is going to be bomb thrower, but it will not affect me because there we go. Just do the same thing, just juggle them. You can juggle them wherever. I would say to the left, though. If you juggle too far to the right, the next enemies of the wave will spawn. And then look at that. You just cleared the hardest part of Industrial Castle with no potions. I think also Industrialist has the bomb here, but I could be wrong. Yep, it does. Of course, the other Industrialist might have the bomb now.
It also actually could have been one of the fencers too, since they both died.
Now this part coming up here is going to be probably the hardest part of Industrial Castle, I'd say. And that is because of one enemy, the Brute. There are multiple ways to deal with the Brute. I will show you the bomb method, which you'll probably be using in the Necromancer fight, because anything to kill him faster. There's only 2 of these guys that appear in the game, and on insane mode they are insane. They have a ton of physical and every type of resistance, I'm pretty sure. They are just hard to deal with. I'm just going to preemptively potion at this point. You just want to inch closer with the bomb and just keep doing that. This damage really adds up, so just trust me on this one. This is also a good opportunity to practice when you are moving to navigate around them, because trust me, on insane mode, if he's running towards you, then instead of just immediately running back, what you want to do is run forward to the side and keep a little distance, and then go down. It may seem like a little, but trust me, it will help you. I had to really study up on how people move around these guys. Because it's tough. If you get grabbed by them, if you get punched by a Brute, it's over, especially in the Necromancer fight. You need to be very good at navigating around these guys. So honestly, if you're really struggling with Brute on Necromancer, then I would heavily recommend going to here on normal or insane mode. Normal would probably be easier to get to, but at the point of Necromancer fight, you're going to be able to do this, no problem. And just practice walking. That's it. That's all you need to do. You just need to walk. Just walk around, avoid getting that. If you want a more accurate experience, you can also do normal mode Necromancer and just get in the same position. Just make sure not to kill them too fast, because you'll notice they die really fast in not insane mode. And also notice how I did like 1,000 damage with all those bombs, and he's still alive and kicking just fine. Yeah, he has magic, physical, every type of resistance, and also has just a ton of health to boot. I don't know how many times you need to knock him over. I'll probably count while editing, and he's finally dead.
I'm not gonna count. He has 2,550 health and gains 1,000 more for the Necromancer fight.
For Industrial Castle, because the rest of it is going to be a cakewalk. It's just juggle these guys, no big deal, you know how it is. And congratulations, you've done the hardest part of Industrial Castle. Hopefully you haven't used all of your potions by now. Talking about potion conservation, that stuff, you probably want to have at least 1 for this fight, just to be safe. I would say 2 is a pretty much guarantee, because you can mess up quite a bit on this fight. For the Industrial Prince, and still be fine with 2. With 1, just play very cautiously and be hyper aware, I guess. To prepare as well, you probably know this as well, but in case you for some reason don't, there's a banana and meat in there. So if you're using pig, that's a full heal probably, and if you're not, then that's a mostly heal. I would say drill combo is probably the best way of dealing with them. I know you can spam magic too. I do a little of both because it... Except when I mess up, of course, in which case it's that. Yeah, I hate the fingers. You'll find them very annoying, just as I do. Yeah, 2 drill combos and it's dead, so, you know. Except that one, apparently. I guess just the middle one is slightly weaker. Yeah, they'll be close. But yeah, just keep a close attention to your health. As you see, I've been, if you do it in the right position where you don't get launched back, I personally just stop caring. So, you know. But, yeah, you can angle it right with these. You have to be pretty precise. But when you drill combo, you won't always launch into the magma. And even if you do, it's not that big of a deal. This is pretty much the only annoying part of the fight other than the stupid fingers. You just kind of keep doing stuff until they're both dead, but at this point, you really shouldn't be taking much, if any, damage. I get that this thing is annoying, but it's usually only during the flamethrower one you have to be extra cautious for. You just kind of keep doing projectile magic, or you can go like this over and over, but I'm really bad at it, so I usually prefer to just magic spam because that's what I know. Feel free to use arrows or projectile magic for this. Splash magic could work, but I think it's usually better to just use normal. I mean, I can try and see, but it usually likes to stay away, and I usually prefer to stick to using normal magic here. Try not to get hit by this one. It's not hard to avoid its attacks, just because it'll constantly stun you and do a surprising amount of damage. I don't know why I can't speak sometimes. But yeah. But yeah, it's not hard. Flamethrower is annoying just because of how much coverage it has. If you want to avoid it, just, you know, use your aerial stuff. And then hit it like that. It's really up to you. Especially if you want to conserve magic, it's probably better to spam arrows. But yeah, pretty much everything other than flamethrower, it doesn't really matter. Ice, it's better if you don't get hit, but it doesn't do a ton of damage. I know it said a surprising amount, but it's more than you'd think, but not enough to be super detrimental or anything. As long as you get hit by it only like once or twice, I think you'll be fine. It will take a decent amount of your health off, but if you're good at avoiding everything else, then it shouldn't matter. Like, let's see how much it does. See what I mean? Like 36 per, and if you get hit by the first one, then that's 4, so whatever the math is on that, let's just say it's 40 per. Oh, it's still alive? I thought the hands kind of got destroyed. There they are, okay. But yeah, it's like 120, so it actually isn't as bad as I thought. I mean, none of these deal a ton of damage, if I'm being honest. They're just kind of annoying, and you don't want to be hit by them a ton because it really does build up if you're not caring anymore. After you beat the rest of it, you might be tempted to just rush by, tank the damage because that's what you're used to, but unless you have a lot of potions saved, I wouldn't really recommend it, just avoid it. I really don't know what method of projectile magic versus splash magic works. I guess it just depends on the splash magic. I think Barbarians does a little bit more. It's like 60 compared to like the 57 or whatever. So I usually just spam that. Yeah, it does 3 hits of it usually. So 90 compared to like 60, it's a little bit more. And there we go. And if you got stuck on this, then it will be very rewarding to kill him. And also, there you go. That is Industrial Castle done with very little effort. Oops, I accidentally hit my microphone there with the water, but yeah, there we go. You beat the first part of the map, congratulations. Now, unfortunately, if you thought Industrial Castle was hard, then I have some really bad news for you.
Okay then, it is time to get to the other half of the map now. You did good. Now it's time to go to Desert, which I would consider the hardest level of Insane Mode. Nowadays, at least. If you notice my money changed, it's because I forgot to get bombs, so now I have those. I don't use bombs too often, but, you know, always good to have them just in case I find a reason to. Okay, the pirate ship isn't something that I really need to explain much about, I don't think. Nothing really changes between Sane and Insane Mode. It's a little awkward to juggle here, so be careful with that. But it really isn't bad. There's nothing you really need to worry about here. It's just kind of playing through this and doing what you think is best. But yeah, as you can kind of see, it's kind of hard to keep track of everything. And their magic is annoying, but it won't be super hard to beat them. They die pretty fast for Insane Mode. It won't take that long. See, already they're gone. It's not a whole lot, and it's just 2 waves. Once you finish this, if you do take damage or lose potions, it's not that big of a deal because you can always just exit the map and then start on Desert. Oops, didn't juggle fast enough. And that's already most of them, but it only takes 1. Yeah, these guys are pretty annoying to fight, but they're light enemies and they're not that big of a deal. Doesn't change the fact that they're annoying, though. Hopefully I level up before I need to use a potion. But there's also those barrels, so I guess we're fine. Yeah, if you don't know, you can destroy the barrels for fruit, and I already demonstrated that, but there's more over here. So there we go. And already the ship is done, but I don't think this is what people were having trouble with. It's what comes after that's worrying. The desert is full of a really annoying stuff, and it is very annoying to deal with. Spoiler alert, I don't get it this attempt, so I thought I'll do some voiceover for it before getting into my actual successful attempt. Strategies for beginning until fighting the Royal Guards are the exact same, as well as when you get to the aliens. But there are 2 main methods when you actually fight the Chain Faces and Scarabs. You want to try to use only 1 potion before getting to the first Scarab and Royal Guard fight, but if it takes more, then that's fine. Just keep attempting so you get better at the fight. Basically, there's the method that if you can heavy juggle for it, then use that, and if you can't, then use the other one. If you can heavy juggle, then you want to focus on the Royal Guards first, and if you can't, you want to kill the Scarabs first. The heavy juggle method is simple enough, but it will probably take a few attempts, even if you're competent with the heavy juggle. Because you can heavy juggle them while the Scarab is underground and it won't hit you. You just want to be very careful when navigating. The other method, and one that I personally used before this one, is much more cautious and slow, which means you're at a higher risk of actually getting killed. So you want to be very cautious and dodge a lot more. You'll want to use the slow fall combo while the Scarab is underground and just stay in the air. And when it's above ground, you want to hit it with the moving lights in the air like you do when there's 2 of them, and repeat that until it dies, and once the Royal Guards are the only ones left, you just want to drill combo them. It's a lot easier said than done, and will take several attempts, but with enough patience you can beat it either way. That's about all I want to say for this fight, so I'll probably just end up cutting until my actual successful attempt. I will be using the heavy juggle method but for my other attempts before that, I actually used the other slow fall method.
I'll have to look through all of this footage too and see if there's anything, and then I might have to write a script for the winning one and just cover what's actually, like, good that I said. Like I said, probably the hardest level in the game. The worms are annoying. Honestly, it's really hard. Like, every time I play this level, the enemy I hate most changes. It's usually the worm, and then it's the scarabs, and then it's the royal guards, and then it's the scorpions on occasion. It's like, I don't know. It really does feel like it was tailor-made to be one of the most infuriating levels in the game. I remember recently I watched a interview with, not video, well I did watch a video. I watched an interview with one of the co-founders of the Behemoth, one of the devs of this game, and they said that they would want to rework the Scarab. And I hope one day that happens. I hope this guide becomes outdated, and the Scarab gets reworked, and Green Knight has the normal juggle as everyone else. I think that'd be wonderful and awesome. Because right now, this is just annoying.
I apologize, I never actually, like, said what I'm doing. I did in a cut take, but now I actually should explain it again. Basically, when you fight the sandworms, what you want to do is juggle them. Just stay a bit of distance away from them, but you want to juggle them. And that is what you can do to kill it the fastest. If you want to be more careful and more cautious, then go for it. All you want to do is just magic spam, or projectile, or arrow, or whatever you want to do, and just shield again to block the acid. And that will work just as fine as well. Once you get to the first single scarab, it's not a challenge if there's only one, and that's it. You just keep doing heavy attacks over and over in the spinning animation and follow it, and then that'll just kill it eventually, so you don't have to worry too much. At this point, when you see the other scarabs, when you have two of them, you want to do a running and, like, jumping, kind of just do lights, as if you were running to juggle. Just keep doing that with only lights. And that's pretty much the general strategy. Just always keep moving so they won't stop and punch you. You also can see that I'm going to be on the bottom of the screen a lot when going them, because they can't flank you if you're at the very bottom when you shield. So yeah, that is what I'm actually doing, and thought I should explain that a little more, so there you go.
Thanks, Scorpion. Yep, one gets up, one leaves. But luckily one's dead, so there we go. I hate scorpions. Oh yes, this guy. Just gotta throw in one more worm for good measure, because everybody likes the worm. There we go. Get out of here. And now where it gets tough. That was a pretty good one. Ow. No, 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 no. Yeah, you're just gonna have to avoid getting hit and hope for the best. One's dead. Awesome. Okay, let go of my shield too soon, costing me half my health bar, because insane mode is fair. And yes, of course, can't forget the scorpions just existing. Something going on with my controller, it felt a little slow there. Yeah, as long as you don't mess up, it really shouldn't actually be too much of a threat. Yeah, you have to be really precise with the angle and timing for heavy juggle. One thing that I don't do that I should is shield more. Oh, he's dead. Maybe the scorpion got him. That's what I'm hoping for. Like, realistically, with my health where it is now, if I got hit a little bit more, like if I got hit by one sword of a royal guard and punched at the same time, I'd just be dead. So what I should do is health potion, but I have to, you know, conserve them. I have, well, I don't know. I'll keep it open in the air right now. Ow. Yep, there we go. Now I have to use a potion. And then when you actually do get a successful thing off, then of course, there's the wondrous bomb that appears. And sometimes your reaction time just isn't fast enough. I mean, I could have avoided that, but oh well. And then, of course, there's the scorpions. This really is trying to get you into quick movements, but it's very hard. If you mess up once, it could be so much of your health. Okay, now I'm back to where I was last time, pretty much. Hit you with magic. Let's see how you like it. Awesome. And now that that's over, I can go for you. So pretty good one. I would say heavy juggle is probably worth your time, but you can do the method I showed at the beginning as well. That's how I beat it the second time, and I think the first time as well, actually. I'm trying a different method for this one. And once you actually pull it off, the royal guards die faster, it's less stressful. If you play the strategy of fly combo right, then it actually will be less stressful just because you can keep drill comboing them. Like, this is what you have to keep doing. Now, this is a lot of quick movements with these guys. It's also a pain because there's two of them now, and these guys are going to be spamming magics, so trying to get the heavy juggle off is going to be a pain. And once these guys are back, honestly, you can just magic spam them or something. Either run away or magic spam, or do whatever you feel like. Because honestly, it's better to have them out of the picture and on the floor. Of course, you don't want to get bombed. But like, it's better when they're not there because you just have to deal with the royal guards. You can start juggling, of course. Be very careful. Wait for them to throw the bomb first before you start going, and once they get back up, just run. This is very much a fight about chip damage and nothing else. You may be tempted to just do what you normally did, but with how much magic they spam, you're not going to find a ton of times to have the opportunity to really attack. What I did previously was literally just fly comboed around until they went away. Which is a valid strategy and one that works. This is the first time I've tried using magic, and it actually seems like it's better to get some chip damage off. Yep, there we go. Bomb is thrown. And at this point, it could just be consider magicking them. Of course, if you are playing somebody like the King, then you'll have magic jump just fine, but you won't have access to other magic, like splash magic like what I'm using. And in that case, you'll just want to keep meleeing. You'll want to stay far, maybe use projectile magic at this point instead of using splash magic. It'll probably be less damage, but overall easier. And once you have one of these guys, I find it's actually easier to juggle just one sometimes. Maybe that was just a fluke that one time, but there you go. Now that they're dead, you can just do what you did before, either splash magic or just doing whatever you want. Once you get the hang of it, Desert can be annoying, and nothing will stop it from being annoying and just killing you, but it also will be manageable. I don't like this level. I've always really disliked playing on this one in insane mode, even if I can beat it. But it's just frustrating to play through. But yeah, I would say practice heavy juggle. It's not necessary in the game still, you can beat it, but the way I solved it is with heavy juggle. Now, if you don't have any potions here, play this also very cautiously, and don't... Honestly, just make sure that a ton of aliens don't come at once. You want to just kill them slowly, in small groups, and then you'll be good, because I feel like they have a higher probability of dropping food. Every single time I've been low on potions and health, and been one-shot in this point before, they've usually dropped some sort of food. You saw it drop the pear earlier. I just think that they might have an increased chance or something, because I get a lot more food here. But basically, you might just want to fight them until food drops. Or you could just go for it, honestly. It's not super hard to get past this, just make sure the numbers don't increase to an unmanageable degree. Whenever they drop, just try getting them, and then you'll be good. It's easier to magic jump, but you can just fly combo. You can just use light attacks, light heavy, whatever you want. But yeah, sometimes you'll get hit by stuff when you land, and there's not really much you could do, but I mean, I've gotten already 2 pieces of food, so I would be doing pretty good if I wasn't already having potions and high on health. There we go. And it is dead. And just like that, one of the hardest levels in the game is beat. It just took some heavy juggling practice and of a lot of avoiding. One thing I don't know if I've mentioned is the boomerang tactic. If you're at enough health, if you're low on health, always keep your potions out, is just a general rule. But like, if you want to move really far and avoid it, you can jump up and then use your boomerang to kind of launch you forward. It doesn't have to be with magic jump, but it's something that you can do, and it'll help you move a lot. The alien ship shouldn't be too hard, another just thing where you light juggle, and that's really it. It doesn't really matter how you destroy that. I mean, the magic seemed to destroy it pretty fast, but it's up to you. As if that's something that people are having trouble. You never know, though. Okay, so yeah, all the aliens are still one-shot in insane mode. The only time an alien is not one-shot is Necromancer, and even so, it is still very frail. But yeah, these guys are one-shot, so just keep juggling them. It won't be bad. If you land, their melees don't do a lot of damage. The whole thing with Alien is that their magic is pretty good, and their melees are not. At least when you play them as a character, but it's pretty similar to how they're like. You saw from that melee, they did not do a lot of damage at all. They can sometimes stasis you, but just remember, always keep your shield up, and then they can't do anything about it. And if you ever get in trouble, you can just keep your shield up, and eventually you can make it out. It's not the best here, because since there's people shooting from every angle, you'll still get knocked down, but as you saw, they're not doing enough damage to really need to worry too much. This is very much a breather level until you get to the hard stuff at the sandcastle. And I wouldn't consider sandcastle too hard either. You can, what makes Sandcastle Interior easy enough is just the fact that you can use all of your potions there. So it's not a very long fight. You can basically get 5 potions in by the time you get there, so it's all good. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Right now, you just want to beat the aliens. Nothing too difficult, it's the exact same as Sane mode, pretty much. Actually, I don't know if does anything really change? The strategy for this that I always use is relatively simple. You'll always feel like you're running out of time with a giant timer there, but you really are golden. There's a really easy way to deal with all of the aliens. First, you just open this, of course, and then just start sprinting and run in a line towards this direction, and you'll kill all of them right there. And then with the smoke, you'll just want to fly combo over, and then wait and land right here so you can kill all of them in one blow, and then just run in. And there you go. The ship itself is not very hard. And now the Saracen. No, Saracen. Sorry. Don't know what happened with my juggle there. Oh, I guess if you juggle on top of the camel, it'll put him on there and then take him off. So that's something. I'll avoid going there then. My biggest question is, why does the alien have that yacht? Like, look at that thing. Oh my god. Yeah, Saracens are not going to be a big deal. They'll keep going towards the camel, so there will always be one that just immediately pathfinds to it. It's kind of annoying, but it's honestly really easy to deal with because that actually makes them probably weaker than they normally would be. Come on, there we go, got this guy. Yeah, this level as well, it shouldn't require much. It's just some Saracens and one Royal Guard. I always called them Chain Faces. I swear that was their name at some point. Was it always Royal Guard? I swear they were called Chain Faces. Maybe that's just an urban legend for Castle Crashers that I was told. When I played originally, I don't know if anybody else experienced this on Xbox, but there's like debug weapons or something, like the shuriken from the ninjas and other various like swords and stuff in the like menu, this one. And I would always see people doing that, and of course I never could beat Insane Mode at the time, so I just assumed, oh, that's what happens when you beat the game on Insane Mode. And then I beat the game on Insane Mode and I didn't get that. Of course, at that point I realized it was probably modded in some debug thing, but I still wanted to have hope, so when I beat Insane Mode and didn't have it, I was a little sad. I was mostly happy because I beat Insane Mode for the first time, but can't say I wasn't a little sad. There we go. And then you can just drill combo or Heavy combo. Heavy juggle, I mean. This one doesn't really use magic or bombs, so he's not that big of a problem. Luckily, you won't have to deal with heavy enemies after the desert, so that's nice. There you go. And now that was the last interaction you have to do. You can see this guy, and you can kill him if you want, but you don't have to. You can just avoid him, honestly. Like, you can run straight past him, don't kill him, he won't attack you. If you want to juggle him, he doesn't really fight back either. You can just go past him, you don't need to kill him. And then there you go, you're in. Now what I'm gonna do is immediately exit to map and go get some potions.
This is my second iteration of this script. Originally, I thought the lightweight beefy juggle was a way too difficult combo for me to teach, considering I couldn't pull it off myself super well. However, as I was filming this part, I actually remembered there is an easier way to lightweight beefy juggle than what I was trying to do. The main difference between the easier and harder juggle is the easier one is not indefinite, at least to my knowledge, while the harder version is. The harder version of the juggle is light, 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 heavy, light, heavy, light, jump, light, heavy, 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 and then light, heavy, heavy, heavy forever. I can't do this one, so here's worst going it so you can at least see what it looks like. The juggle I'll be teaching you to use is light, 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 heavy, heavy, and then just do light, heavy, heavy for as long as you can. You'll pretty much want to fly combo them once you get them off the ground. Usually 1 or 2 good attempts can be enough to kill lightweight beefy, so it's not a bad option at all. The best place to practice the lightweight beefy juggle is the first wave of Sandcastle Interior. You can practice against the vault in the Animal Arc or the Industrial Castle wall, but I'd say it's much more beneficial to fight against actual beefies to understand the timing and actual methods to attack them. This juggle is not necessary to learn in order to beat Insane mode unless you're using a character that can't use splash magic or if you can't tech yet. I'd still say it's useful to kill them faster, even if you can't do it super well. You could honestly get by just by jumping up and doing 4 lights and then running away, or just by arrow spam. It's like learning to heavy juggle. It's not completely necessary to learn, but being able to use it will make your life much easier. With that, you should be able to understand and perform the lightweight beefy juggle. Once you get the hang of it, it actually won't be super difficult to perform. After you know how to fly combo and medium juggle, you'll find this to actually not be that bad. I have full confidence in you.
Yeah, I'm always close to doing it, but not quite there yet. Yeah, as you can see, I'm not great at beefy juggle. I am trying to, but I can't quite pull it off. And then, you know, if he picks you up and throws you, then there's all that. Okay, awesome. So yeah, it's not the hardest thing, but it's also not easy. I mean, also I did practice for hours upon hours, and that's the best I can do, but I would say that's pretty good. I really have to focus when doing it, though. It's not like the other juggles, where it's like I kinda have to, kinda can't, but yeah. For these guys, I just navigate around them and use splash magic. That's all I can really do. If you don't have splash magic in the king, you can try arrows or projectile magic, but... And there goes half my health. But yeah, there's not really any good way to deal with the beefies. You can't, you know, juggle them. You can run at them and then do 4 hits, but since there's 2, there's not a lot you can really do. And since one of them is the chaser, you cannot really get away with juggling the Saracens right now. So you just kind of have to magic spam. You can use bombs like you did with the Brute in Industrial Castle. That'll deal some damage to it and make them die faster. I don't need to, but, you know, it's always an option. If I get a little desperate later on. But yeah, splash magic the majority of the time is the way to go. And you'll also be damaging the Saracens as well. But they're not the hard part, you can just light juggle them, it's not a big deal. Yeah, this is also a good point to train for Beefy tracking. I mentioned with, I'll mention during the, well, whatever. When you get to the Necromancer fight, I'll reiterate this again, but when practicing navigating around brutes, you might just want to go and fight these guys and try going around them without getting hit. It might help you a lot, actually. You don't need to be too big on potions, as long as you defeat the 2 heavy Royal Guards before you run out of before you run out of potions and die, then you're good. One is already dead, the other is still chasing though. There you go, and then all you have to do is just light juggle, so that's it dealt with. I try to do things for more melee, and if you want to go melee only in Insane mode and not do splash magic, or you're playing the king and can only melee, then my recommendation would just be to do 4 light attacks and run away, or you can tech. If you can manage to get thrown by a Beefy, jump at the right time and tech, you can look at my tech guide for that. I'll do it before Marsh. Probably in the video. I haven't got that far in editing. I'm recording this and writing the script at the same time, so it's a little complicated. But whatever. That's a little behind the scenes knowledge for you. And once again, you can just exit to map and get potions. Whenever you get to the next point, you can always do that. This one is easy as well, mostly Saracens. You can block the tornadoes with your shield if you're down there. At least that's what I heard. I guess I'll test that out and see later if I don't test it out when I'm fighting now. But it's very easy, just light juggle. There's nothing too challenging about it, just light juggle. Nothing harder than what you've done before, so you should be able to do it by now. It's a little annoying with the tornadoes, but yeah. The only hard part of this level will be the last battle with the Royal Guards, because they are the magic Royal Guards, the same you faced at that last wave of desert. When juggling, also, I would keep it as a general rule to avoid the edges. And just try to stay more in the middle for it. The reason why is because it starts to curve a lot later on. Right now, it's currently fine, but, 405. But yeah, once you get to, later points on this level, you'll see when I get there. But it'll suck. It'll suck a lot. With the ledges, it will undo your juggle, so just be wary of it. But yeah, all this is just light juggling so far. It's always nice when you get a break, especially with something like Desert, which has the Scarab, which you can't really do anything but spam one attack and have to be moving all the time. And then you have the chain faces. I keep wanting to call them chain faces, or Royal Guards, where it is much more annoying to deal with them. There we go, got him back in. So for the first 3 waves, it's the same thing, just 2 Saracens. They'll be using magic and tornadoes a lot, but you'll be able to handle it. And this is where it gets complicated. When it gets 3 Saracens, you just want to go and juggle in the middle. You don't want to go past this pillar, I'd say. Yeah, it seems like you can, yeah, you block the tornadoes. So that is something that you can do as well if you are about to get hit, then block the tornadoes. I think as a general rule, this is something I'll get into in the tech guide as well, but you really want to, usually as a habit, just always shield or always try to jump the second you hit the ground. Because if you jump the second you hit the ground, that's how you tech. I'll go more in it on the tech guide, but yeah. So if you're always trying to tech and get a juggle off, then you basically get a free indefinite juggle without having to worry about anything, about dying, stuff like that. But yeah, for now, just, you know, try to avoid getting hit and repeating. Sometimes it'll just hit you the second you get up and you can't do anything about it. But most of the time, if you move fast enough, if you're thinking a little bit ahead, you should be able to avoid it a decent amount of time. Yeah, more magic. Chain faces. Oh, okay then. Okay. Okay, and we're back. But yeah, this is just an annoying one because of these guys. Honestly, with all of the potions you'll probably have at this point, you can pretty forgivingly go and use your potions if you don't want to have what happened to me happen, but until that, just, you know, like I say a lot, just potion at your own risk, where whatever you think is most convenient. With this, it's going to be a lot of magic. So you just want to go and drill combo them. Or, you know, heavy juggle. I find drill comboing is actually better for these guys just because they don't have to deal with all their magic. You can kind of stun lock them if you just keep drill comboing, so it's a little more nice. There you go. And now we're at the beach volleyball. Now, I really wish I could give you tips on this, but I genuinely don't know how to play this. I'm so bad at beach volleyball. Just stay back because you can get hit. I have died before. I usually use the boomerang. It's something that you can use. You can also just magic spam and things will happen. I don't really know the best method of dealing with this. People usually say, like, look at the shadow and stuff, and you'll be able to tell. That's health potion. Ow. I was trying to get back to my boomerang. Yeah, as you can see, I'm not the greatest. But boomerang can go across, so, you know, that's something. Yeah, I know I'm bad at this. You don't have to tell me. Actually, the boomerang isn't working like it normally does. The boomerang should work, but it is not, so I actually don't know how to do this normally. So might be here for a while just suffering until I eventually win. Listen, I'm really bad at this one. How did that even hit me? And I died. Listen, guys, I'm really bad at beach volleyball. Okay, this is definitely my first time here. I'm great at beach volleyball. I already know I'm so good at this game. I know that people keep saying, like, oh yeah, keep track of the shadow and stuff like that, but like, I'm so bad at keeping track of the shadow.
Editing me here. Yeah, I don't really explain what I'm doing in this one, so I thought I'll explain it now. Pretty much the only difference between this and the last one is I gave up on the boomerang and magic and decided to just kind of fly combo knock him away or just try to hit him away with melee, and that seemed to work out pretty well. So that is how I ended up winning this time.
Maybe that's just I have bad, like, perception or something. I really can't tell. There we go. First try. Yep, I definitely didn't struggle there at all. Listen, if there's one thing this guide proves, you don't have to be super good at the game. You don't have to be the best player in order to be in insane mode. You can do it. If you're wondering what I did differently during that, it's just that instead of using boomerang and relying too much on it, I went and I just started meleeing a bunch, trying to fly combo them, launch them far in the air, stuff like that. First part of this is easy, shouldn't even get hit, really. But this is Marsh. So, this is the second major breaking point I had for myself. It really doesn't get too bad because of tech, which I will be explaining to you now, and then I will cut back to the gameplay probably.
Tech is a very important technique in Castle Crashers. In fact, I'd say it's pretty much necessary in order to beat it on Insane Mode. Of course, it's possible to beat Insane Mode without tech, but it will make stuff needlessly harder for you. Not only is it the key to beating Necromancer and Sane, but it can also really help you out anywhere. First, let me explain what tech does. Tech allows you to juggle without interruptions, as well as make it so you can't die, for as long as you're in the air anyway. By no interruptions, I mean stuff like magic, arrow, bombs, and pretty much any other source of damage will not interrupt your juggle. They'll still damage you, but you won't die until you go idle. I also should separately mention as well that this does include Beefy grabs. In order to activate tech, you need to be launched into the air. Beefy grabs are the most consistent way, but there will be plenty of times you're knocked in the air by other enemies. The moment you hit the ground after getting launched into the air, you want to jump. If you see the yellow sparks, you did it right. You'll want to immediately start juggling or fly comboing after you activate it and then jump up. And that's it. That's all you need to do to activate this vital mechanic. This is also very important. You have to make sure you are not swinging your sword or attacking when you get knocked to the ground, or else when you tech, you can't attack when you get up. You might notice that after you get knocked down and successfully tech, you'll be slow in the air, and here's why. It's actually the same reason behind why you get slow juggles as well. Because of the way momentum works, if you are thrown in the air while idle, you'll have 0 momentum when you tech. So in order to have a fast tech, you'll want to be moving, but not attacking when you are knocked to the ground. The best place to practice tech is the sandcastle interior. All you have to do is hit the Beefy to flinch it, and then let it throw you to the ground and practice tech. After just a little bit of time, you'll most certainly master this technique. With this, I have no doubt you'll be able to beat the hardest section of the game now. It might take a little time to get used to, but eventually it'll just become reflex. You got this, and now fulfill your destiny.
Or maybe I'll cut to tech once I actually get to it and just beat these enemies first. It really doesn't matter. I don't think people care seeing me juggle the skeletons like they're any light enemy, because they are. There's nothing too special about this one, you just juggle the skeletons. Oh, and my controller died, but luckily it died now and not sometime when it'd actually be important. I don't know why my controller just likes to disconnect so much. It just decided one day that it's something that it really likes to do, and I guess I just have to deal with it. Usually it's not at like super inconvenient times or anything, but it's just annoying. It shouldn't be that long until they die. They have really weak physical resistance compared to most enemies, so not gonna be long. And I'm close to leveling up. So this is where tech will come into play. That's pretty much how you beat this. I can't think of any other way. I mean, you can beat it in other methods, but like, it's tough. No real way around that. And then you go here, and then I messed it up. And there we go, I teched. And then I immediately mess it up. Okay. But that's what health potions are for, right? And now I'm in tech. So basically, notice how the beefies aren't picking me up. I just have to keep juggling and damaging them until they all die. I can at least kill all the small ones, and then the beefies will hopefully die as well. As long as you can keep the juggle up, there's nothing they can do about it. You need to get knocked into the air and then land on the floor in order to tech. I mean, I just explained it, but yeah. Every time you should just try to tech, especially in times when you're gonna need to do it, like this fight or the Necromancer. Just every time you get knocked down, try not to be swinging your sword and just always jump when you get hit and just tech. I wonder if I go here, if they'll just kind of run into the pile or not. No, it seems like they're on the mode where they'll just kind of randomly run around. But yeah, you can just tech like this forever and won't take any more damage. It's really simple. And that's the hardest part of the level done already. Of course, I'm doing this way longer than it has to be. I just want to see if I can get all of the beefies down without having to get down and magic them or anything, because you can. It just might take a bit. And now there's only one beefy left. And you can also just kind of keep it in the juggle, and there you go. Now, this is very important. This is very important. After defeating this wave, go back. Just go back to this area, and then walk back in there. What that'll do is, for as long as you are on your current save, you will not have to deal with these skeletons ever again. So, as long as you plan on beating Marsh today, then you will not have to deal with this ever again. You've done it once, and even if you die, you will not have to do it again. Because don't worry, it has other really annoying stuff that will go into play if you die. Instead of having to do the skeletons, you'll just have to do Troll Mother again. Because that's right, Troll Mother's coming back. Yeah, I mean, you already know that. There we go. They're just a medium juggle. There's nothing too worrying about snakies, honestly. They hit for quite a bit, but they're not bad. Compared to the skeletons you just faced, these are nothing. As long as you can medium juggle, then you won't have to worry about much. And there we go. Yeah, there's not really much to talk about here. I mean, it's just a lot of medium juggles, and that's it. I've had a lot of fun making this video so far. I mainly have been writing the script and started editing the video at this point when I'm making it. You'll see the cuts in the video, but most likely there'll be quite a few breaks in between and stuff like that, but I've already finished, you know, obviously the first half of the recording of the map, and then it's just this recording now, and then I will be done with Insane Mode, and then I will finish up the script, and then I'll just have to edit it all. It'll be interesting to rewatch this. I wonder how much, like, I'll cringe at rewatching it, because I hate hearing my voice and doing all that stuff. But I want to make this video, so I will. I probably will interject quite a few times to clarify. I feel like I'm not really thinking, I'm focusing more on playing while I'm talking. So there might be a few more interjections and cuts, so stuff like that. And maybe that'll make my video more unique. If I have more to say about it and more tips, then I will let you know. But honestly, a lot of Insane Mode isn't bad at all once you can juggle more. This one, you might think you want to worry about the snakies, but honestly, they'll just die on their own. Like, you don't have to worry about them at all. Get a light juggle going with the trolls, and then do the rest. Because honestly, the snakies will join in for a bit, and then fall out because they're medium weight. But it's like, they can't really do anything to you in this state, so you're just gonna keep juggling forever. And then they'll eventually die with it, because it's Troll Mother, so it'll take a while. Yeah, nothing really to comment on past that. Just focus on light juggling. You beat it in Thieves Forest, so you can beat it again. The snakies pose absolutely no threat unless you fail, so just, like, don't fall, I would say. If you do, put your shield up, standard stuff, try teching even. Well, if you fall from the juggle, you would have to get hit first in order to tech, but whatever. It's like, look, already 2 of the snakies are dead and I didn't even do anything, so... I'm probably just gonna speed past this and call it a day for this part. But yeah. Roller. I'm gonna pause real quick just to just to give my hands a break. Okay, I'm back. Yeah, I didn't need to take a super long break if you're curious, since there was a cut there, but... Oh yeah, there's food in there. Could have saved that for a more important time, but... No. I ate it now. Because my brain sees object and immediately wants to destroy it, but... yeah, there's food there, so that'll be good. It should be smooth sailing from here. It's just medium weight enemies. You've been through this before. Be careful though, because if you die, I think you will have to redo Troll Mother, so yeah, that'll be a pain. Ow. Yeah, like, I just got hit there, I don't know. You can't really avoid it, but hopefully you have enough potions to hold out, I guess. Or just be extra cautious when fighting these last groups of enemies. I think there's 3 more left? Well, I guess this is the 3rd one, so 2 more after this, maybe? Yeah, 2 more. You just have these snakies, and then a couple more snakies, and then you'll be golden. And fighting Corn Boss, everybody's favorite, Corn Boss. One of the two most annoying bosses in the game to fight. Yeah, I honestly don't have a sound strategy for Corn Boss. I think I usually just magic it, but I don't know. Its husk can repel melee attacks. I'm actually going to reconfirm my strategy, so there will probably be a cut there, so I know exactly what to say. Although I'm sure there's going to be a lot of cuts and interjections in this, because I want to make sure that I convey how I'm doing things and make it a really good guide. Because I'm sure seeing me could be enough for most people, but I want to actually, you know, explain my strategy, where my head is at when I'm doing stuff. I want this to be a really good guide. I want people to understand. I feel like I'm pretty, like, intelligible when I'm just talking. Usually if it's just talking about nothing, I won't really care that much. Also, more food. But yeah, it's hard. So I'm gonna have to go back and make sure that my thoughts are out, what I'm actually doing is there. But at the same time, maybe I'm overthinking it a lot. Sure, these levels are hard, people will get stuck at Marsh, but for me, when I was stuck at Marsh, it was just the skeleton part. Just like how the Necromancer, you don't get stuck on the first or third phase of the fight, you're getting stuck on the second phase, where it's like I just need to be really good at describing what I'm doing during these hard parts. But at the same time, I don't know where people are getting stuck. Some people might get stuck at later parts, some people might not know about the skeleton trick. It's really up in the air. So that's why I just have to be as good at explaining things as possible and try to be in the mindset of somebody who's attempting Insane for the first time and doesn't know anything. If anybody is watching this entire video from start to finish, then I will be very surprised and happy and thankful, because oh my god. This video is definitely going to be long. I'm going to put a lot of effort into all of the things. I don't know if putting all-in-one guides is a good idea or not, but that's what I'm going to try. Anyway, I'm going to exit to map so I can get more potions for Corn Boss. Okay, basically, you can do a magic thing here just to hit him for a little bit. There's some other ways to do it with like dashing and stuff like that, but I don't know how to, so just juggle on him. Seems like that's the sweet spot for him. Where even if he goes in the shell, it won't immediately knock you down. I think once he gets low enough, you'll want to magic spam, but, you know, if you can't magic spam or for whatever reason, then you might want to just keep using projectile magic, because that's really the other option. Or you could just keep trying to melee. Really, the only time he damages you is when he's doing that whip move, which he won't do if you're in the middle. Or if he does that shell thing, or husk thing, I mean. Shell. Getting him in a stasis like that is the best thing you can do. It's kind of hard. And then just shield with this. And then, yeah, you can get these two. You might know about that already. They can do some additional damage. They might make things worse. They might make things better. I'm not too sure, honestly. It seems like it actually might be easier if, you know, they're not there. Seem to actually be doing better off. If I die, then I'll figure it out. Yeah, Corn Boss, I believe, is the boss with the most health in the game. Could be wrong about that, but he has a lot of health on Insane Mode. Corn Boss and Ice Boss just decide to put everything they have into defense for some reason, and they're like, it's literally like most annoying boss in the game, thickest boss in the game, and then like most defense and also most annoying. Like between the two most annoying bosses in the game being Ice and Corn, it's just like, I feel like there's not a lot of difference between the Ice King and the Corn Boss. They both do the exact same thing. I mean, their attacks are different and their fights are different when it's Ice Arena and all that stuff, but like, I don't know. It seems like they're pretty similar with all the teleporting around, and they're just kind of annoying. Ow. I mean, look, half health, it's not a lot. Ow. Yeah, and getting hit by that is certainly annoying. I'm just gonna use a health potion. I don't want to risk dying and having to do this fight because it takes so long. Yeah, I don't know. I think having these guys in Insane Mode actually makes it worse. I don't think their damage is super good or anything, because I don't think they scale. And with, he now does 2. I don't think he did that before. Yeah, there's a certain range you want to be away from Corn Boss if you're using magic. There's like a sweet spot where he doesn't quite go in all the way and then stuff like that, but I don't know. Yeah, you really start to get hit more when it's less health. There's not really much to say. This boss is just annoying. You can try drill comboing as well, but like, oh my... You want to kind of get in front of him for it. If you're a little off, then he'll hit you 1 or 2 times, and it'll be a lot of health, as you saw. Ow. And yep, this is my health. At 1 health potion, I might switch to magic, just because I don't want to risk getting hit as much.
Not sure how true this is. I would have to try it again, and I don't want to do Corn Boss Insane again. You can't make me! But next time I do it, I'll try without the peasant and civilian to see if that'll help at all. Because, yeah, it doesn't seem like they're actually helpful and more hurtful for this boss fight.
Annoying, the Corn Boss or Ice King. Today I might be feeling Corn Boss. Like, I got a little bit of good damage off there. But then sometimes he can hit you, sometimes he can't. It's like, it seems like when I align right with his eyes, that's when I'm fine. Couldn't even get up after that one. Ow. Yeah, I would recommend jumping after you fall. I think you recover a little faster. And there we go. Now it's really intense. Yeah, at this point, just be careful. I mean, not really much to say. He does this one a lot, I notice. But he's very close to death, so it's like, I don't know. Projectile magic seems to be the way to go at this point, because by the time splash magic actually hits, they'll probably go back under. Just get used to throwing something and then shielding. Not really much to say about this boss, honestly. It's just annoying. It does a surprising amount of damage, and because of its long health, it just is annoying. There we go. Hey, that guy actually got the hit off. And that's the corn boss. Yeah, it was not honestly a lot to say. I didn't want to die, so I got a bit quiet, but yeah. Yeah, he gave it to the other peasant. That's interesting. I didn't even know that was something that you could do. Do I have the horn? I do. That's actually really funny. I didn't know that could even happen. Oh boy, this one. Yeah, Flooded Temple is kind of annoying. I just don't like the fish. They have a lot of health and they're just kind of annoying to deal with. The bubbles don't really do any damage. Like 23 is not a lot. I think that's as much as it does on normal mode, so you just don't want to get speared or lunged at, so you want to just kind of avoid doing that. The best way to deal with them is drill combo, so that's that. But yeah, they're just generally annoying to deal with. There we go. At least you don't have to worry about throwing, But yeah, the lunge is the only thing that can actually, like, hurt you. The spear and lunge. The breath doesn't matter. Yeah, that attack, the lunge. Don't know what it's actually called, but yeah, it's annoying. You can also juggle them like this, especially when there's just one left, but I think the drill combo does more damage. But yeah, I might die. I kind of want to just get the level up thing, so might just be more cautious and go like this, since they can't exactly hit you out of the air if you're constantly hitting them. Whatever you really want to do, there's not really much of a strategy with this. It's just drill combo for most damage, or just kind of go on top of them and juggle. Juggling will be faster, but you're more prone to getting stabbed, so there's that. You can shield and block all of that, I think, except the lunge. But yeah, there's not really much to talk about here. These guys are just annoying. Whenever you're in a confrontation, that's when they really get annoying. When it's just them, it's just kind of taking a while to kill fish people. But right now, it's just, you know, taking time to kill the fish people. Want to go faster, you can fly combo. I'm gonna real quick exit out of the map and exit right back in, just so I can have full health for this. There's a little spot here that you can clip them in. So like... quite eager. But yeah, if you can kind of guide them all, that'll happen. And yeah, this is really the only place you can do this, but yeah, it's nice. Kills them a little faster, but you will occasionally get stabbed. There you go. Yeah, in here there's money, I believe. Yeah, in this there's meat, so save on till you're lower. And in this there's an apple. Whenever a snaky is part of it, you want to kill him first, and then just continue on with your fish slaying. It's easier said than done, considering this guy's the chaser. But right now it's not that bad. When you get to later, it will be more annoying, and those bubbles will always be annoying. But since they don't really damage me, I don't really care too much. Yeah, sometimes they just decide, yeah, it's time to stab now. And that's always fun. There we go. So now I can go back and get that meat, because I lost like half my health. And there we go. But yeah, this fight generally isn't hard. It's just snakies. The only part that will be hard is the final round, I'd say, when there's like 3 snakies and 2 fish. Ah, hair's gone my face. Eh. For those of you who don't know, I don't know why you would know. This is like my first official video kind of thing. I mean, I've done edits before, but like, nothing like this. But I have really long hair, and sometimes it gets in my face. One thing about having long hair that people don't tell you about is that you sometimes try to eat food, and if you don't have like something out of your way, like out of your face, then sometimes you'll eat your hair. It's like, of course, you don't like bite off and chew your hair or something like that. It's not that serious, but like, you'll be like, oh, I have a hair in my mouth, and then you'll kind of just see a small bit of your hair that is like, oh. For the drill combo, I don't know if I mentioned this, but you only need to hit the second and third one, or maybe just even the third. I know you don't need to hit the first one at the very least in order for it to register. So you could go like that. Of course I messed it up, but you couldn't. Let me do it. Yeah, I'm just bad at it, but yeah, you don't need to. Yeah, this is a sword. Yeah, second to last one. I always find this one a little annoying, but at the same time it's the same as the, like, second wave, so it's not that bad. The snaky is just more prone to magic. But as you could see by that insane damage that it does, it's not a super big threat. Now, if you get hit by the knife, I do think that'll hit for a lot. Same with melees, so that's why you want to take out the snaky first, because his general damage stuff will hurt more than the snaky. I mean, will hurt more than the fish. Ow, okay then, fine, jeez. But yeah, with potion conservation, however much potions you want, honestly, you shouldn't be using a ton, but even if you are, just save like one, maybe. You honestly don't need any, I think, for Medusa, once you know the strategy, but just in case, you might want to keep one. So like, I was at 5, now I'm at 4, so I could use 3 here and I still think I'd be doing fine. As this is the last fight of the area. But yeah, just deal with the snakies first, kind of keep out of the way of the fish, or at least try to. Don't get hit by those, yeah, as I thought earlier, yeah, it is bad if you get hit by the knife. But yeah, don't worry about like repositioning or anything, just do whatever. Just focus more on surviving than doing a ton of damage. They'll eventually die, it's not super hard to kill them. And just make sure you always kind of preemptively move out of the way, because the fish really want to stab you when you land. As you kind of could see there if you were paying attention to the fish. It really wanted to stab me, so I moved. And then once there's 2 of them left, then it's no big deal. Now it's just like the other wave again, so not much to worry about. Okay, there we go. Hopefully they die soon. Okay, I messed that combo up, so that was on me. Okay then. Went for the double impale. Yeah, these guys are just kind of annoying. I knew you were about to stab me. I saw that charge. And there we go, now we're at Medusa. Medusa really isn't that hard. I don't know if you've ever really thought about the Medusa fight. I think you might have just magicked her to death and didn't really think about it, but this fight really isn't difficult once you know the strategy. So don't worry, this won't be intense. Maybe trying it out and practicing won't be bad, but hopefully you'll have a health potion or 2 to make sure that you have some extra leeway for it. But yeah, for Medusa, all you want to do is simply shield. And then you wait for the snake to attack. And then I messed it up. Okay, that's great. Yeah, no. Can you... Okay, well you don't want this to happen. So basically what you... I'll just show you now. You always want to stand behind her when she's doing that. I messed the combo up again, but basically you want to drill a combo and then magic once. I'm just going to use a potion. And then shield. And then you basically just repeat it. It's not hard at all. And then you just rinse and repeat. Okay. I'm actually not doing a pretty good job at showing it off right now. But that's what you're supposed to do. Usually I'm pretty good about it. I don't know why. Maybe I'm getting camera shy, guys. You want to try to get behind her. Because she'll go off screen and then it'll get annoying. And you can't really see the attack, so I'm just gonna wait. Once you see her start moving forward again, or moving the other direction, that's how you know. I keep drill comboing the other way. If you want to play it safe, you can just not magic. But yeah, it's really up to you. For me, you don't really have to worry. The attacks don't do that much damage. I keep drill comboing past because I'm so good at this game.
I'm so sorry. This is the worst Medusa fight I've done in my entire life. And I'm not going to refilm it because it's so sad that it's actually really funny to watch. So yeah, I think you know how to beat it, just, you know, do better than what I'm doing.
But yeah, that's the strategy right there. Yeah, you want to kind of go a little more forward while you do it, just so you can not have the missing happen. You can see what I'm doing and trying to say at the very least. But yeah, it's not a very hard fight. Of course, I did laughably bad compared to what you're supposed to be doing. But yeah, once you get the general strategy and the route done, it's not difficult at all. If I was actually doing good and playing cautiously, I could have done that hit list just by doing drill combo and block. So it's up to you how much you want to put towards it, but really it isn't bad. It isn't. Full moon. This one will probably take me a couple attempts. Once I get in the building, it's fine. That's not bad. But once just the boulders and the beefies are the hard part. So let's just get right into it, honestly. Okay, full moon. It really isn't that hard. A lot of people will get stuck on this. I thought I would get stuck on it, but it really isn't that hard. It'll take a bit of time, but you'll get used to it. I like navigating around and then just going here, and notice how nothing's attacking me. Then you just do that, and that's hit. 3 lights, a heavy to do your magic combo, and that's it. And then you do your projectile magic, and while he's flinched, just do it again. That's it. That's how you deal with it. Just go into the corner. You'll want to just walk all the way down. Ouch. You'll just want to walk all the way down and then move a little bit up. Make sure the Beefy doesn't attack you at all. Just make sure you are doing good. Like I'll show you in a second once these guys are dead. You just want to drill combo them, you can't juggle them. They're like medium weight is to lightweight, where they start off lightweight and then go to medium weight, where it's the same thing kinda with stove faces. They start out heavyweight, but then they gain weight to be like anvil tier of weight, and just can't be juggled, so it's actually faster to just drill combo them. Anyway, so you'll kind of see how I'm still walking down, there's nothing, you just want to move slightly up, just ever so slightly up. Because when you do a projectile magic, it'll get stuck, as compared to here where it goes far enough to actually hit the Beefy. So like that again, you'll notice that I kind of do a spin thing around, and that's because those guys really like to jump out, as you can see from literally this. So I like to do a wraparound and just make sure that the Beefy gets there while these guys are kind of going towards a different way. Final health potion. But it doesn't always work. You just have to kind of be patient with it. These guys really are the more annoying parts of this. You'd think the Beefies would be, but it's their interfering that'll get you killed. Yeah, you're not supposed to do that, but I was too eager with the combo. And there you go. So now that the Beefy's dead, you just kill these guys with a drill combo. Yeah, whenever you do the throwing animation, you want to basically put up your shield immediately, and then you'll block it and avoid damage. It'll take some remembering, but once you get used to it, it'll help you a lot. But that's pretty much the hard part done. The hardest part is these first two waves because of these two guys. But on this one, it's just the Beefy, which won't be hard, and then it'll be just the two guys, which won't be difficult to deal with at all, just drill combo. And then you'll get to the general loop of it, where it just requires patience. I think the point of that is to activate Flinch, but without it falling over. You don't want the Beefy to follow over. Okay, why do I... And there you go, and it's dead. Really not that bad. Especially when it's just the Beefy. Then it'll be these two guys, where you just want to drill combo them. It's better if they're both on the same side and getting hit together. You don't want somebody going behind you. So you just kind of want to wait on that. But once you get them on stun lock, then yeah. But I'm really messing up right now. I don't know why. I'm just really bad at getting this combo off. Especially right now, and this is like the one time where it's most important that I get this right. But yeah, after this comes the general gameplay loop, where you just want to be patient with it. And there you go. Now, if you die on full moon, it'll actually be easier, but since this is my first attempt, it'll probably be harder. So if you just want to make things easier for yourself, then just purposely get killed. And this is basically it. You just go here on the ladder, drill combo, magic jump up the ladder again, and keep going. You can go for it here as well if you want, but that's not necessary. I just do it because it speeds things up a little, but you might risk getting hit. Of course, once you get to Ice World, you are immediately able to, you know, leave again and go get more potions, so it's really up to you how much risk you want to take. The mushrooms and barrels up here will give you food, but it will be kind of hard to go and get it. But yeah, it's pretty much just this, not really much more to it than that. Don't think I'll speed up through this one, but maybe I will. It just kind of depends on how I'm feeling when I'm editing and if I say anything pretty interesting during this or not, but that's really the entire gameplay loop. It may seem stressful at first, but once you get the hang of it, it really will make things easy, honestly. This goes from being one of the hardest levels in the game to honestly manageable and not bad. It's not the best if they actually go like that and escape the ladder. But, you know, it's also not the end of the world. You can always just stop the combo, jump up, and try again. But you want to try to hit everyone if possible. You just have to be patient, you know, don't get greedy with that or anything like what I just did. You just kind of want to be careful and, you know, it's a lot of just your own judgment. Ooh, meat. Guess I killed some people down here. I wouldn't know. Drops are something that I don't really pay attention to on this one. It's just kind of going up and then going down. And just doing that over and over again, and then you'll notice more enemies coming until eventually it's going to be a manageable enough force, or you could just keep doing the ladder till literally all of them dead. Some Eskimos will eventually start appearing as well. Like, I knew that guy was about to hit me, so I stopped what I was doing, just doing stuff like that. It's really just a lot of stuff at your discretion. I don't know how words work. What am I, making a guide? That's not good. Wasn't the worst either, but yeah. Just try to avoid getting hit. And yeah, this is pretty much it, so I probably will just zoom past it a bit. Because that's really all you have to do. I just have a lot of health, so it takes a bit. And this is why it's a very risky thing to go like that. Because sometimes you can get stun locked and stuff like that. Then sometimes you can hit all of them an extra time, so I don't know. Like I said, your digression, or whatever the word is. Whatever you feel is right, follow your heart. And now it's kind of up to whatever you feel like doing. There's 2 more stove faces, 2 Eskimos. Usually I'll just wait until I feel whatever's best. You can really just juggle the Eskimos and then take care of the stove faces. It's up to you. Or you could just keep doing this to be safe. Like now that there's just 1 stove face, it doesn't really matter what you do. You can start juggling these guys and then just drill combo him. It's all what you want to do at this point. And pretty much with that, you've beat Full Moon. There will be one more thing, but you'll just do exactly what I'm doing right now. Where you'll juggle the 2 Eskimos and then kill the last stove face. And then you'll get to Ice World. And then that'll be a nice break for you to have before you have to go to the main event. Of course, the boss fight, of course, most of the boss fight is not going to be very difficult. The final boss, Evil Wizard, is not hard. Painter isn't hard. Cyclops is super easy. And Necromancer is easy except for Phase 2. I'm not going to say Necromancer is easy at all. Because I will struggle with Necromancer, he's hard, I get it. It took me literal days, I think 8 days to beat him on my first attempt for Insane Mode. So Necromancer will be hard, but once you have teching down, once you understand the strat, then you'll be golden, really. Honestly, the 2 things you need to know are tech, what you're actually supposed to be doing, how to navigate the fight, and then just how to not get hit by Brute. Once you master the strategy of literally just not getting hit by Brute, then honestly, you have a really good chance. Even through just dumb luck in whatever attempt you do without tech, you can probably do it if you can navigate around a Brute. It'll take some time and be hard, way harder than if you use tech, but it's still possible. And there we go, we're at Ice World. This is a nice relaxation bit for you. This one, I don't think you'll really need a guide for. This one won't be hard at all for you. You'll have a nice time with Snow World. Apparently this might be faster or something, honestly not sure. But yeah, Snow World, not gonna be a problem at all. It's just light juggling. It's been a while since there was a level where you could just light juggle, but luckily this is one where you can, so it's just gonna be light juggling. They have a lot of health, sure, but that hasn't stopped you before. I mean, you managed to beat Troll Mother. Any light juggle after that is trivial, really. Not only once did you beat Troll Mother, you beat Troll Mother twice. So I think you got this. There's not really tips to this one because it's just kind of like Barbarian War, except Ice World, Snow World, whatever world, Elmo's World. You just gotta light juggle, that's it. There's only one useful tip I have for here that's at the very end of the game, but it's not even to beat the level, it's to make the next level easier. You shouldn't be using any potions here, but, you know, mistakes happen, so it's, you know, I won't judge you for it. This is a safe space. You saw how many attempts it took for stuff. You saw how I died to the Groom because my controller disconnected. And now you're at the home stretch too. This is like the last actual level in the game, I would say. Then it's pretty much just bosses. When I was younger, I always thought the Eskimos looked really cool. I never played as Eskimo. I think I beat the normal story with pretty much all of the characters in the game actually on my save on Xbox, but yeah. I've always liked Ice World. Maybe it's because it's kind of like, you know, the just enjoyable, nice, easy level that comes right after doing Full Moon, which, you know, is one of the hardest levels in the game if you don't know what you're doing, and I didn't know what I was doing. It's really weird how my perspective shifts over, you know, Castle Crashers. When I was younger in Industrial Castle, Sane was the hardest thing in the world, couldn't be beat. And now it really isn't that bad, so I don't know anymore. And then it was Desert, which I still think Desert sucks. I don't know. At my current skill level, I think that the game is still relatively difficult, but I'm good enough to where nothing is a super hard challenge anymore. I will tell you right now, once you beat Insane Mode, once you beat Necromancer Insane, the game is not going to feel the same. Because with the amount of skills that you've gathered up over the course of Insane Mode, it will feel completely different. Ever since beating Insane Mode, I have done no death, potionless, normal mode every single time for the past 2 times after that. It's like, I don't know what's been going on with me, but it's like, normal mode feels so easy now. My brain is hardwired for Insane Mode. Like, I expect every enemy in the game to have this much health, like starting at like level 1. Which, I don't know, part of me is kind of tempted to do a statless one, but I feel like that would just be so painful to do. Just because magic really does help me out a lot, and also defense does, like, you would still be able to survive some hits, especially if you're using like Necromancer Sword. And with teching, most things wouldn't be an issue, but like, I don't know, I'm just trying to think of like the Chain Faces or Royal Guards. And it's like, that just, oh, it seems like such a pain to, you know, figure out how to do. I know it's possible. I mean, I saw the Wreckerless video. You can do it. But like, could I do it? I think I probably could. It'll be painful though, and level 1 is different from no stat. I want to specify that as well. You actually, I don't know if people know this or not, but I swear this is real. You get a bonus every time you level up, or like every 10 levels or something. Like, if I were to use the exact same weapon and animal orb from level 1 all the way to level 99, you'll notice my stuff does a little bit more damage, I swear. Maybe that's only for magic, maybe that isn't for strength, but like, I've seen when I played as Open-Faced Grey Knight, that like when I was using my splash magic against Painter was 28, then I leveled up to 90, I think, and then all of a sudden it was 30. And it's like, I know that it wasn't always 30, like I know different paintings and stuff have different resistances. Oh my god. I actually had to use a potion here, because I couldn't juggle any of them. None of them were in my path, and I got stuck. But it's like, I know there's some boost. I don't know. Maybe that's all in my head. I honestly could not tell you. Don't know why I gave up on the big pile to juggle that one guy. Maybe I'm a little too invested in my conversation to actually be focusing on juggling, but that's what I kind of like about Castle Crashers when you're light juggling. You don't really have to focus that much. I mean, you start out having to focus, but once it becomes muscle memory, you just kind of do it, and then you can just think of other things. Yay, food. But yeah, it's interesting. I don't know. It's just the 2 more after this, and then it'll be the last 2 waves. And then it'll be Ice King, which will also be a really long boss fight. But after Ice King's defeated, it'll be pretty smooth sailing. Oops. You messing up? Okay, there we go. Honestly, right now, I consider after I beat Desert, I think I'll be fine. Necromancer is still an infuriating fight, don't get me wrong. Like, I'm sure I will be upset and frustrated and maybe die to Brute. But at the same time, I don't know. I'll see. I'm so glad that they decided to give Painter to give you health potions, because oh my god, that is such a lifesaver. But yeah, nothing too difficult, like I said. It's just kind of, this is the part where you can sit back, relax, and just, you know, the calm before the storm, if you will. Oh my god. He's dying so fast. All that damage. But it's only 4, but still. I couldn't see the other side, but yeah, I mean, he's still dying faster, I'm sure. That good? There we go. Yep, just these guys. Yeah, if you want to destroy these fast, you know, drill combo, you know how it is. You could really destroy him anyway, it does not matter. I think drill combo is the fastest method I've used to destroy the towers, though. Oops. Thought I was a little more ahead on the side. But oh well, it won't be hard to defeat them. You should be dead, right? Oh, okay. Now? There we go. I think I'll be fine with 4 potions against Ice King. Famous last words, I'm sure, but... I mean, he doesn't do a lot of damage. He's the epitome of, I put all my points in defense. He didn't put anything into attack, just everything is in defense and agility. Corn Boss is defense, agility, and strength, but mainly defense and strength. Like, he teleports away, but not nearly as frequently or annoyingly as Ice King does, so I don't know. And these are the last 2. 4. How'd I forget there's 4? I'm better than this. dang, almost got him in there. There we go. Eskimo, I forgot because I haven't played him or used his magic in a while, but I wonder if he has armor pierce or if he has the same freeze as Blue Knight. Because I know Blue Knight's freeze combo is really good. I don't know if he's considered like an elemental like Blue Knight is. So before this fight begins, I'd actually recommend you go here and grab this guy. Because what this guy does is he makes it so you can't get frozen, which will be much easier for dealing with the Ice King. This isn't a problem, you just run forward. You can get the meat sword somewhere like right here is the sword. And then there's that. This part isn't a problem either. It's just fighting those 3 Eskimos sometimes can be annoying, so hopefully you get them all in a juggle, and then you just deal with them. But yeah, you can just fly combo over this. Uh-oh. I don't want to get too high, so I took a little break, and that was too much of a little break. And you just kind of do this forever. I want them dead. Yeah, juggling these enemies is just annoying because of the icy floor, so just put them against a wall and juggle them, because that's pretty much the only way you can consistently. Right at the beginning is the best opportunity to. If they get too spread out, then they might hit you, or you'll have to try to force them all into the bridge or something. It's much easier to just do what I'm doing, hit them against a wall, and call it a day. Make sure their spines are thoroughly powdered before letting them go. Ooh, a pear. And now the Ice King. Don't really have much to say, just drill combo. Oh yeah, look at all that damage. Right now it's not that big of an issue, but yeah. But as you see, I did not get frozen, so, you know. That's why this guy is so useful. Same here, you can just ignore it. Oops, I was a little off. But yeah, everything into defense. The first part is not a problem, just drill combo. Oh, my controller died. Yeah, don't you love it when your controller randomly disconnects? I've lost Necromancer because of a controller disconnect before. I don't know what causes it, nor do I really care that much. Usually it just kind of happens. I have it connected to Bluetooth right now. I could connect it via my computer, but I don't know if my controller can die that way, so out of fear, I just have it Bluetooth connected. Plus the input, there's like the input delay is not enough for me to notice it all, so. Because I know if you have it wired, there won't be any input delay compared to this. Yeah, it's really nice that they made these do no damage. I could only imagine how hard this fight would actually end up being if those were doing a ton of damage. I remember when that same interview I mentioned a couple times in this with the Behemoth about the, about like just Castle Crashers. Most of it was Castle Crashers like based, but whatever. Anyway, they were saying, at least one of them, it was just Dan Paladin, co-founder of Behemoth. I think he was the art guy, the like art designer, lead art guy. Listen, I don't know how things work, but he was main, you know, one of the main figures behind Castle Crashers. And he was saying that he'd love to rework Insane Mode one day. Because basically with Insane Mode, they kind of just threw it in last minute in the last like couple months of development apparently. So that's why things can seem unbalanced and annoying at times, because they kind of are unbalanced and, you know, not exactly intended. At least I got that off. Yep, that doesn't get annoying at all. I can at least get it off once. But yeah, as you can see, this is kind of just nothing. You just kind of have to keep hitting him. Eventually it'll get fast. Messed it up that time, but yeah. Icicles are just annoying. Yeah, I mean, Corn Boss sucks in terms of damage. This one just takes forever, so I don't know. It's really hard to say what is the most annoying boss fight in this game, but I think it would be. I think it would be him. I don't know. I feel nothing when fighting this man. Like, it's just, you know, I'm kind of just waiting for it to eventually be over, and that's kind of how it is. I wish I could drill more. And then... yeah, not really much to say anymore. I guess I keep saying that, but... I don't know, I'm a streamer, so I know it would probably be fine if I didn't say anything for a YouTube video, but it's just in my bones to fill out the space in case any non-existent person joins the chat, even though I'm not streaming this. Okay, then, come on. No, don't turn the icicles back on. I think at this point you can't get the drill combo off, so it's better to just do a charging sprint strike at this point. I honestly think you might just need one health potion if you don't really care about getting hit by the icicles. But honestly, you might not. Dang, I got kind of close to drill comboing. That's a surprise. I got stuck on him. You think that would hit? Considering I was attached to his cape, but whatever. Got the combo off even if it didn't connect, which is something, I guess. There we go. Ow, 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 ow. This is not good for my brain. The entire time he's laughing at you, like, just mean. Oh boy. He's getting there, eventually. He has so much health, oh my god. I would have to check the wiki, but I don't know who has more health. Ice King or Corn Boss. I heard that Corn Boss had more health, but I'm honestly not sure.
He has 50k HP on Insane, and Corn Boss has 20,500 HP.
But yeah, it's kind of just lunging at him. You can use magic here too, but I feel like by the time... I just feel like you can get more melee stuff off. Like... Although, you kind of can. Don't know if that's exactly doing more than my melee did, though. Because each hit is worth twice, so I would just have to hit it half as much to do more. It seems like he has more of a magic resistance than physical, so it would probably be better to just keep hitting him with melee. Yeah, I mean, this fight isn't particularly difficult. Now that I think about it, if you were to try to do a hitless run, god dang, this would be annoying. Like, Corn Boss I could do hitless if I really tried and was really patient, but like, I don't know why I would. So many icicles. Oh my god, the bar is finally there. It's almost. Please. Let this nightmare end already. Oh my god, just perish. Sir, there we go. And that is Ice King finally beat. Okay then. I always feel weird calling him the Ice King because of Adventure Time. Very different Ice King. Because of the slippery floor, it's always really hard to pick up all of the stuff for this one.
Apparently he's called the Frost King, not Ice King.
And now we're at the home stretch, but we have a little bit of prep to do first. And by a little bit of prep, I mean I just need to switch out my animal. And get more potions. As in, like, one potion. Oops. Let's get the new orb then. So basically, you don't want to get back Elephant. Unfortunately, Elephant, you've been great. You want to use the pig. Yeah, basically, piggy mix, food give you more health. What else can I really add to that? The exact amount is double, so you get double the amount of health per food. So it's really good, and in the Necromancer fight, enemies drop food all the time, every enemy, when you kill it. So with the pig, it really makes a difference. It helps out a lot. So yeah, that's why you want to run pig. I don't think anybody is specifically needing a tutorial on how to beat this part. I'm not gonna skip it, just in case there's somebody who's like, I keep getting hit by the rocks, I keep dying. It's kind of like the deer one. You just want to kind of stay more lower to the ground and just kind of always look directly above you. You can just stay in the corner if you want and then keep going to each side. Just look exactly above where you are. If you see the particles, then like move. If you don't, then you don't have to move. And then once you start seeing the bottom of it, you just, after that last rock, you just kind of go all the way up. Oh, what's this notification I see? There we go, I'll put that over there. I'll just probably cut that out. This is another medium juggle check. you're gonna have a lot of fun when first attempting Necromancer, because you're gonna be seeing these guys a lot and having to do them every single time before you fight Necromancer, which we all love. Ow. These guys also have magic resistance, so if you were going magic only thus far, I am sorry. This will be painful. I don't know why you would be using like magic or bomb only in Sane mode, but if you were, because bombs count as magic damage for some reason, don't ask. Ow. I'm getting distracted. Usually for potion conservation, I try to get, what was it? 3 potions at minimum? No, at maximum. No, I want to always at least have 3. That's what I'm trying to say. Ow. Didn't want to throw you. But yeah, if you pay attention like I wasn't doing, then yeah, this will be pretty easy. It's just more of this. The magic is really annoying, but their physical damage do nothing pretty much. You don't want to get hit still, but like it's not that bad. Hopefully they drop food so I can make up for my terribleness in this beginning part. But yeah, it's just medium weight juggle. You'll have a lot of practice fighting these guys by the time you beat Necromancer, I'm sure, unless my tutorial makes you such a god at the game that you'll beat it first try, in which case, I'm so glad. That's great for you. It did not work that way for me. It took a lot of time, but you'll know how to. You'll know what to look out for, and you'll start getting used to seeing the enemies all around. Apple. Ow. And then immediately lose health. But yeah, unfortunately, we lose Snoot in this. I really like Snoot. I like the strength buff, but it's just the pig. He's so good. Ow. Now, this might just be me, but I swear, in this third wave, they change a little, these cultists. Like, I swear they use magic much more frequently. I don't know if it's just me, but I swear they're much more prone to it than normal. I'm fine. I usually do a lot better than this, but I don't really care since it's not like I'm doing a Necromancer attempt immediately. It's Painter, then Resurrected Cyclops, then, and only then, will it be Necromancer. Which means I might have to attempt Painter like twice. If I don't no-hit Cyclops, I usually just tend to go and do Painter again, because I'll have max potions, so it won't take that much. I always like to be at full health for Necromancer. It isn't mandatory by any means, but that's what I like to do. And you dead yet? There you go. First for Painter, if you have at least 3 potions, you shouldn't be cutting it close, but able to do it. You just want to face tank everything. There's not really a huge strategy. Drill combo, face tank, do that. If you're with Industrialist, it might be better to just go, and I messed that up. Usually you can get the Unicorn in the combo, but if not, just kill it. It's weaker to physical attack, but I don't want to get close to that thing. And then you just take a hit and then jump or whatever. And then, you know, just take a hit. And just kind of keep doing this. It's just a bunch of drill combos. Sometimes you can pull off that third one, and sometimes you can't. If you get him low enough on health, he'll start screaming help. And you want to do that by this wave. Sometimes you'll mess up and not do enough damage, and he'll get another phase in. So you might just have to deal with it, but this was an actually pretty good painter run. That's why it doesn't really matter how you do against the cultist. If you have 2 or 3 potions left, then you'll just be able to tank everything. Because now you get all your potions back, and you get healed to max. And also, I think Painter is the best way to farm money in the game. Don't know if it's specifically insane or regular. Probably insane. It's not hard to do. You might be able to get past regular, though. I don't know the money difference that they drop. But I guess we'll have to see. Next is Cyclops Resurrected, which is not hard at all. It's the easiest one out of the 3. Just walk in, and here we go. You can block pretty much all of his attacks, actually literally every one of his attacks except the Coffin Stomp. So you do that, and then 3 times your magic. And then that's it. It's literally just that simple. And then there's 2 different ways to deal with him. You can run around in circles, and that's pretty much what I do, but you can just let him hit you. And then be careful with that, though, because as you see, he'll just keep going left until he's completely off screen. So I usually like to not do it because of that specific reason. And then once he's here, you can drill combo him. But yeah, I prefer if he doesn't stomp me. It's just easier that way, but yeah. Let's go, let's go. And then drill combo, shield, and then 3 splash magic. And then I just did that for fun. You shouldn't be doing that. That will do nothing. And then drill combo, and then wait, and then 3 splash magic. You can do 1 extra as well, actually. And then 1 more time, and then to Necromancer. Oh boy. If I first try this, that'll be awesome for me. Ow. Yeah, he's the only guy that can hit you. And there you go, he's dead. Let's go, let's go. And that is it. Those skull is a thing you can dig up. You probably know that already, but you know. If you don't, that's something you can do. And now, Necromancer. Now, I probably will do post-commentary and just stay quiet for this one. I'll kind of talk during it, but I might just voice over, so if my commentary is good enough, then you'll just be hearing that. If not, then you'll be hearing my, my post-commentary very soon. The first wave is nothing special, you don't have to worry about that at all. He'll summon a bunch of people, just light juggle. Fencer and Ninja have the most health, so if you can get them in your initial juggle, then that would be great. Especially since Fencer throws... No, Fencer doesn't throw bombs yet. He does in the second phase, I believe, but in the first phase, not really. Or maybe he does... No, he throws bombs. I swear he throws bombs. But yeah, this one really isn't an issue. You just keep juggling these guys till they're dead, and then you'll be left with Fire Demon and Conehead. You'll want to get the Fire Demon killed first, because it's much more annoying with fireballs. Then you'll drill combo the Conehead. And now some wacky mechanic stuff will happen soon, when they're both dead, that I'll probably have to end up explaining in the post-commentary, but who knows, maybe I'll do a really good job of it first try. But for now, just kill the Fire Demon. And then worry about the Conehead now. Let me pause real quick, because my face is itchy. Just drill combo, it's not that hard. And that's the first phase of the fight done. But this isn't the part that's trouble. So basically, you need to immediately try to kill the Samson or the alien. Saracen, I don't remember. As you just saw, I teched there. So now you just stay in this top corner and go there. The Saracen and alien, killing them will make the bear a support, and then you can kill the bear. Basically, you just kind of want to juggle here until everything except the Royal Guard or Chain Face is dead, as well as the Conehead and the Brute. Right now, you just stay in the corner after teching for a while, and everything will come to you. So you can also leave it if the other ones are dead as well. As long you just want to get all the light ones at the very least dead and try to get the beefies gone. Okay, now that the alien is confirmed dead, I can try to kill the barbarian and such. You want to try to kill the bear. So barbarian is dead. So if possible, I'd like to kill the bear. And I messed up there, so now the bear is still alive. But hopefully I can get it out of the way. But I can't really tech and go on indefinitely anymore. So you just kind of want to keep going for the bear until it is dead, and then after that, it won't be too bad. It shouldn't be the hard part over now. Just gotta get the bear dead. And then I'll use a potion here, because I don't want to risk it. You might also want to pay attention to who's flinched and who's not. That'll probably be good, especially for beefies. God, how much health does this bear have? Like, seriously, can you die already? Finally, god dang. So now you want to take out the Snaky and the Fire Demon, all while avoiding the Brute as much as possible. Because of that. And there's that done. So pretty much it'll be pretty easy after you kill Snaky, and there he goes. So this is the part that you really want to pay attention to. The current chaser is the Royal Guard or Chain Face. Once you kill him, the Brute will be after you as the chaser, so he will always be on your tail. You'll want to do the same thing you did on Industrial Castle, but you also have the ability to let the bombs thrown by the Conehead land into the Brute. So let's get this guy gone. Okay, now he's the chaser. So just cautiously throw these bombs. And there you go. And now you just want to get him down as soon as possible. You can use agility, you can have Conehead's bombs hit. It's really up to you how you want to have it. If you can try to get the bomb pressure right, then it'll be good.
This is the part where I want to quick jump in and interject for a bit. I actually think my explanation was pretty good, but just to reiterate everything, what you want to do is immediately start juggling the Saracen or the alien. You want one of them to die. Preferably both, but whatever. You can either juggle them normally, and that would probably be better than just immediately teching, but that's up to you. If you tech immediately, then you can still win, just like I did. But yeah, teching is important. You want to intentionally try to flinch a Beefy, either Barbarian or Bear, and just immediately go into teching and start a light juggle, preferably in the corner. I find that's the easiest, but it's really up to what you want to do. You can do it wherever you want, it won't make that much of a difference anyway. But yeah, once you want to tech, you just light juggle until everything is dead. At best case, you can get it to just Royal Guard, Conehead, and Brute, and at worst, you can do it before Bears and just a couple of them are dead. I also mentioned that I can't really tech, because there's no way to permanently do that, but that's actually incorrect. If I was better at the game, I could tech, and then just fly combo, and then medium juggle into fly combo over and over, and just stay that way. But yeah, I didn't think about that at the time, and only thought about it after the fact. But yeah, once you get to this stage, it's not that bad. After you get through the major waves, all the light enemies are gone, you basically section it off. So you want to get the light enemies out of there, assuming that's the case. Then you want to go for the medium weights, and then, well, first you want to do beefies and then medium weights. And after that, you're all good. Then you'll just be left with Royal Guard and Brute. Kill the Royal Guard, but once he dies, the Brute will be a chaser, so just beware and be very cautious when navigating. You can kind of see in the gameplay of me doing that now. You also want to guide the bombs of the Conehead into the Brute, as I tried to do. Kind of shoot him with an arrow to stun him for a second, and then the bomb will go right there. Anyway, that's pretty much all I wanted to talk about. I think you get the idea. Just practice tacking, and you'll be able to do the rest. So that is that, and I will resume the gameplay now.
Okay, so you can, okay then. Yeah, if it didn't glitch out like that, you can actually go and juggle him completely normally. I can put footage of that up now.
I actually already showed it earlier.
You can also do the same thing you did with the Groom, just keep using magic and hitting him every time he gets up. Not a hard fight at all. You can block most things with the shield, you can do a bunch of different stuff. The only thing you can't block is the splash damage, not the splash attack, the splash magic. You can actually juggle him a second time. You can pick him up and throw him in the air and then immediately initiate a, the last part, the XYYY or light heavy 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 in the air and take him out as well. And that's that. Necromancer and Sane defeated. Now you're done with insane mode. Sure, there's the wizard, but like you really don't have to worry about that. The wizard is not gonna be hard. He has a lot of health in the bubble phase, but literally other than that one phase, he's not gonna be a difficult fight. You'd want to stand here first. All of the crystals will not hurt you, and they'll all group up together. You can only do that once, so do as much damage as you can. You can just jump up and kind of go like this to hit them in the air. Just make sure you're not too close or else they will hit you. And the only damage that he'll do is during the magic phase if you get hit by those orbs. But other than that, it's really not difficult to do. It's the health that's the problem. I don't really know if you can drill combo this. The damage he does is laughable. It's like 1-2 damage. Buckle my shoe damage. But this one, if you just move a little bit above where he starts shooting, then it honestly is not bad. But if you get hit, then that's the problem. So you just want to be careful during the magic phase. You can do more damage, but he can also deal more damage. You also want to pay attention to when he's doing stuff. This is really the only time that you'll be struggling during the entire fight. He doesn't have a ton of health for the rest of the phases, unlike this one where he just decided to go in a lot on defense. Since I pretty much am confident that the other phases I can do potionless, I don't mind going a little early on potions for this one. You can also restock like I've told you you can do throughout this entire playthrough. So before you fight him, you could, I guess, go back and fight the painter if you want. But honestly, it would be faster to just go to the store and buy more potions real quick. But yeah, it isn't hard. He's not a hard fight to do. Yeah, I thought he was about to change, so I stopped doing that early. But yeah, at this point, I don't really think you need my help. You're golden. You're gonna beat Insane Mode. And congratulations. The Necromancer fight, at this point, you did it. You beat the Necromancer. And congratulations. I'm sure it wasn't as simple as I said in the video. I described my thought process and who you want to attack, but that really doesn't help you actually gain the experience. You'll just kind of have to keep doing it, understanding how, but you know how to tech. You know how to do all this stuff. I've taught you. All you have to do is apply everything you learned throughout playing Insane Mode into one fight. And once you do that, and master all of the mechanics you've been taught and needed to learn, then, and only then, will you beat Insane Mode and the game. The Necromancer truly is the greatest showing of understanding of all of the mechanics with every single type of weight except Full Moon. We don't talk about Full Moon. Brute is annoying, but at the same time, you know, it's understandable.
I don't know what I was thinking at that point, honestly. The Brood is not understandable, it is pure evil. What was in my head at this time? Disregard that.
I don't know, I feel like when I started playing the Necromancer was really unfair, but after I beat him a couple of times, he got easier with each attempt. Once I'm more comfortable using tech, it really isn't that bad. Even when I messed up and had to fight the bear normally, the best instances of tech is when you can already kill the alien first, and Saracen. I don't know why I keep saying Saracen. Once you defeat the Saracen first, and the alien, the bear, I believe, will be aggressive, and that's really all you need to worry about. Like, you can just go light juggle everything with tech. Every light juggle enemy at the very least will be killed, and you'll probably kill both of the beefies as well. And if you do it long enough, you'll be able to kill Snaky and Fire Demon, leaving literally just Chainface / Royal Guard and the Conehead. And then all you have to do is do the very last part. But yeah, I guess I should really commentate on what I'm doing now instead of talking about Necromancer. You just magic jump and normal juggle, that's it. You move sometimes, so watch out when he moves, just slightly move ever so forward, and then you'll be good. You want to just magic jump and normally attack when he turns into the ball. You don't need to magic jump either. You can just fly combo, or just literally do normal jump and then do a couple of Ys and then you'll be up top. It's just easier to magic jump, and at this point you'll probably have it. I don't think people really don't know how to beat this orb. It's not the hard part. Same with the spider. If the meteor one, it isn't bad either. That one you probably will want magic jump for to make things easier for yourself, but yeah. At this point, it's just as simple as literally just doing that until he dies. And then you'll have this. There is a way to cheese it, but I'm not going to because this really isn't hard or needing to be cheesed. I like to pre-shoot my magic just a bit. Once he does that, you just go up and hit him a couple times and then start moving in any direction, and the meteors will not hit you. You'll even occasionally hit himself with a meteor, actually. I wonder if you'll see that. But yeah, it's not bad. You just go up, do that. The other attacks are the more dangerous ones. But you just want to jump up and hit him. He doesn't have a lot of health, so you actually do decent damage doing that. And it's just a matter of time at this point until you beat him. When he does that, you can try to pre-use your magic, and that'll help a lot. Just make sure you always have a bit of it left, so you can start magic jumping whenever he decides to do this. But yeah, it's really not that bad. All you need to do is just magic jump. I mean, he's already at half health. It didn't really do much. You just have to keep magic jumping up there. Hit him 3 or 4 times, stay around him. Watch out for his other attacks. So you can kind of circle him like what I'm doing, and then it'll be a little harder for him to hit you. Then you just magic jump up, and you're good. Oh, again? Okay. You'll always know he'll come back the same direction, so once you're hit, you can just kind of keep doing stuff. And there he goes. There we go. Look how close he is. It really is exciting, especially on your first playthrough, when this is like, this last fight is literally what's standing between you and beating Insane Mode. You already beat Necromancer, you just gotta do this. Oh, I guess he bounced up this time. I mean, it's literally, he's so close to death. Look at that health bar, and there you won. That's it. Oh yeah, I have to go on the crystal. I'm used to kind of just doing that. And you beat it. Congratulations. I hope this guide has been of help to you and everything, really. I really love Castle Crashers, and this entire video is pretty much my love letter to the game. I don't really have words now that I'm actually done. It's weird to look back and even think I can still do this, that I could ever do this. Back when I was a kid and thinking Industrial Castle was the hardest part of the game and that it was impossible to beat Insane Mode, and here I am now beating it again. And I hope you all get to experience that feeling. I hope this guide is good enough for all of you, really. If I haven't explained anything well enough, then just ask in the comments and I will try to... Kira Buckland? Sorry, I got very sidetracked by that. Jojo? Jolene Joestar? 2B? She's in Castle Crashers? Well, look at me in my ADHD having this moment, and then all of a sudden just getting very surprised. Anyway, yeah, this is a lot of work that I'm putting in. The script in the first part of the video and all of the edited parts took a while for me to do. I don't regret it at all. It was a lot of fun. But I really enjoyed it, and I hope this guide helped. I hope this helped so much. I know I'm not the best player, but I really hope that I had good enough advice to help you. I hope my gameplay was good enough. I hope you learned something at the very least. I don't know if what I said really helped, but I hope it at least showed you how to do it, that it is possible, and convinced you that there is a way to beat Insane Mode today. Don't know if there's really any much more for me to say at this point. I beat Insane Mode for the 3rd time, and now you hopefully can beat Insane Mode for yourself. For anybody who sticked with me this entire time, why? I don't know why you would watch all of this. I mean, thanks. Don't get me wrong, I appreciate it, but like, you didn't have to do that. I'm glad that I could entertain you, because at that point I don't know what other reason you'd have for watching all of this other than just watching me beat Insane Mode. I hope you enjoyed my guide and stuff. Here is the weapon that I'm unable to obtain. Technically you should be able to if you move just right, but I can't do it. So I have to wait till a friend eventually gets to this point to help me get it. But here we are, the very end. You just beat Insane Mode. Thank you for watching, even though this probably isn't the end. I'm probably just going to reiterate a lot of what I said in the end card and talk a bit more. But in terms of the actual gameplay and live commentary guide, that's it. Insane Mode is beat, and yeah. This won't be the last I beat this game for sure, and I hope it won't be the last you beat it either. You have just beat Insane Mode, and I thank you for joining me on this journey.
After days of editing, I'm finally done. I am both relieved and terrified. Before I get into that, I real quick want to thank my mom for making the graphics for the wait section at the beginning, and I would also like to thank my friend Phone for helping me figure out what I wanted to do with some of the background music. Back to what I was saying before. This is the first time I've ever made a video like this, as well as the first time I've ever made any sort of guide at all. I'm not worried about this getting views or not, or if it isn't the best, because I enjoyed making it, and I already know it probably isn't the best. I'm afraid that it won't be a good enough guide, that it won't be enough substance in order to actually help anyone. I guess I just don't want to upload something of no value or help to people when they needed it. I don't know if I have any more plans for content. If people found some of the guides or explanations I did helpful, then maybe I'll upload them separately as well. I'm not too sure. This was sort of my only video idea, and I'm not sure if anybody would want to see any more from me anyway. If you have anything you'd want to see from me, then let me know, but if not, then I'll probably just upload something random at some point if an idea ever comes to me. If you for some reason enjoyed listening to me when I was doing the Insane Mode gameplay, then I do have a Twitch. You can find me at twitch.tv/ThaiDevotee. I think that's really all I have to say, so once again, thank you, and see you whenever.